Councilman Ford Sr., Councilman Dr. Warren, Chairman Canali, Chairwoman Green.
Present. Yeah, big crowd this morning. That's what happens when we start at 9:30. Everybody's sleeping in. All right, we have one item on the agenda. It is EDGE's annual compliance and update presentation, all council districts, requested by myself. If you can please state your name and address for the record and then begin your presentation.
Good morning, Chairwoman. Joanne Massey, President and CEO of EDGE, address 100 Peabody Place, Suite 1100. All right, so just jumping right in, I wanted to take some time. We continue to focus on our core mission of boosting industrial development, fostering regional development collaboration with organizations like Mid-South Development District, who recently released their comprehensive economic development strategy document, which EDGE supported, accelerating neighborhood revitalization, and what is near and dear to all of our hearts, our small business expansion. The council has seen this before, but we met with our board and had a retreat where we developed our strategic priorities that are in line with what we've heard from council, as well as the city and county administration and other partners. And that includes, just as a highlight, really looking at tracking our data points and documenting our clients to determine the economic impact, our incentive opportunities, and growing and diversifying those programs and services. Again, leveraging our collaborative opportunities with partners, and then the outreach opportunities where you have seen EDGE more visible, both in the community and in the work that we do. Our toolbox continues to really have robust programs that we stretch the use in order to have a bigger impact. Obviously, our pilot program continues to be one of our main tools. Although this, in year 2024, was not used as much as it has been in the past. And that's for some good reasons, but also some reasons that we're examining. The tax increment financing, we found that we have quite a few of those on the books that we're managing and supporting. So where there are developers in areas like the University of Memphis, Poplar, as well as Raleigh, Frazier, working with those different developers with the TIFs. The industrial revenue bonds, again, something we have used in the past. For example, the Liberty Park, EDGE supported that project. And then our ICE loans. Our ICE loans meant to support our small businesses in and across the neighborhoods. We took this toolbox, though, and looked at how we could expand it. And so you all may be reminded of the mayor's crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED. EDGE was able to create an incentive for businesses to support them who have experienced crime-related activity. And we have since had some good successes there. We're continuing to look at how we might need to change that in order to have more businesses take advantage of it. But I just want to recognize, and I know Councilwoman Walker came in a moment ago, if that's appropriate, but Councilwoman Walker and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, who both have worked hand in hand and side by side with EDGE to help businesses in their communities with that program in particular. And so again, just some of the core programs and activities of EDGE includes the tax incentives, the different financing tools that we have, the small business technical assistance that we provide and support and through partnership with SBA and the Tennessee Small Business Development Center, or TSBDC as they're known, through Southwest. And then our port operations that has continued to be robust and has a great impact on our community. I want to recognize our Vice President of Edge Properties and Executive Director of the Port Commission, Mr. Randy Richardson, who's here with us. And I would like to give Randy a hand. Randy has been with the Port almost 32 years, and he's continuing to, have a commitment to our community. And so if we could just give him a hand. And then, of course, our research through grant writing, market analysis, and economic development technical assistance that we provide not only to our City of Memphis administration and county administration, but also our other municipal suburban communities working with the Bartlett, Colliervilles, Germantowns, and such. So just here on this slide, we know that capital is a main focus, especially for small businesses. And so we continue to support strategic partnerships like River City Capital, I mentioned TSBDC, and other organizations, as well as our own ICE loan program, to look at how we can support these businesses. But of course, also that allows us, in leveraging the dollars that we have, to avoid taking on the full risk for that. So our impact areas for EDGE, and this is really important because a lot of times as your Chief Economic Development Officer, I find that we get calls for everything. And I will try my best to become an expert in everything that's thrown at me, but EDGE's focus is jobs, is helping to create quality, family quality jobs, family sustainable quality jobs for our community, increasing the income or revenue for our community and the tax base, supporting local businesses in our community, and helping build sustainable, healthy communities. So this is the impact areas, and this is our focus. Our traditional EDGE projects, you can see here, you've seen this list before. It's been updated recently with some of the projects that we have taken on. And again, it's headquarters, manufacturing, distribution included on this list. And then non-traditional projects like the Binghamton Gateway Center, Northside Renaissance, Super Low Foods, and then residential and mixed use projects that we have. We have a very small portion of our program focused on residential. You guys, we have the Organization Health Ed Board, we have CRA, of course, HCD, and even Downtown Memphis Commission that are all focused on housing. So EDGE has just a small part in that at this point, and then other types of projects like the William R. Moore College of Technology that we've supported. So going through this real quick, funding and action. Really last year and since the pandemic, we all know that our economy across the nation has experienced a crisis, but definitely here in Memphis, we've seen, disinvestment, we've seen blight. And so EDGE took the charge and answered the call to address some of this through some of these projects that you see here. These were definitely one-offs. EDGE is, and our chairman has said it, EDGE is not a bank, and we utilize the money that is collected from the pilot companies. These are the fees, so these aren't necessarily the taxes, but the fees that those companies pay, we utilize those funds to support these different projects. And so this is something that EDGE was able to contribute to, and we look forward to success as we monitor and work with these developers. And then our Intercity Economic Development Loan Program, or ICE as it's called, as you probably heard a lot about this is where we feel like for our neighborhoods and our communities, we continue to make a huge impact. And so much so that since the program's inception, we've invested over $9 million total has been created for investment for this program. And then just some of the projects here that you see, I love it. Is it Hard Times is the name of the restaurant? Hard Times, you see there. And then Chris Beavers with Restaurant Asparagus. We do take pictures at Edge, so we have a social media. If you're not following us, please do follow us. But all of this is led by and with collaboration from our team, but led by our business development specialist, Mr. Trey Moore, who everybody knows him as Mr. Top 40 Under 40, but a great individual with a lot of energy, and he has really brought a real focus to this program, where in 2024, we made 18 loans. If you recall, when I was before you, when I first started with Edge in 2022, they made 3. And now we've made 18. That's progress, but I'm all about winning, so we hope to be able to do more. All right, so we're wrapping up the update here. And again, you know about the pilot program and all of that. Happy to answer any questions. These are the various types that we've had over the last few years in the program. And then our community builder pilot, which I'm very proud of. Again, that includes the North Side, Southgate, Binghamton, and others. And drum roll. Edge was announced, as City of Memphis announced as the 2024 Outstanding Local Development Finance Agency winner in 2024. So I got to go to Baltimore and receive that award on behalf of our community. Very, very proud of that, again, because I like to win. So we will continue to be award winners. But here in this picture, you also see our State of Tennessee Economic and Community Development staff that was there to be a part of that award with us. All right, so now to the most exciting part of the presentation that I know you all want to hear about, and it's the pilot performance. All right, now I do have slides here. So this pilot performance update is provided on an annual basis to our compliance committee. That compliance committee is convened whenever this report is done, and we do the report to them. We are also required, and our councilwoman, who has a dual role at Shelby County as well, made sure that we were reminded that our bylaws require us to present this to City Council and County Commission on an annual basis. And so this is meeting that requirement. So this is the 2023, keeping in mind that we collect this data on an annual basis from companies. Then we go through analyses. We do actual site visits on site where we examine the records of the company. We do visual analyses of who's at the place working. Even before we go in, our compliance officer, looks at the parking lot. So just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that. So at the end of 2023 calendar year, there were 85 active pilots. One of the pilots was not subject to review as it closed after the annual reports were already sent out in December. And 5 of the pilots reached the end of their term and are no longer active. The table shows that there were some that were also for ramp up, 2,273 achieved jobs, over $1 million achieved wages reported as sum total of the reported wages, and over $410 million reported in achieved capital investment, real and personal. There's also a reported MWBE spend of over $35 million. So when we talk about those locally owned businesses, we also require the businesses to have an MWBE spend. But I just want to again highlight that capital investment. That means new investment in our community, real and personal property of over $410 million from these pilot companies. This is what they have invested. This table shows that there were active post ramp up of 27,036 achieved jobs, over 4 million achieved wages reported as a sum total of the reported wage, and over $4 billion reported in achieved capital investment, real and personal. And then there's also an MWE spend of $581 million. The EDGE pilot portfolio outperformed in every category in 2023, and I say that deserves a hand. Thank you, thank you. So, as we have done traditionally, we would like to take a moment to highlight some of the recipients that outperformed their project commitments by 50%. In the jobs category, we had 32 participants that exceeded their jobs commitment. And unfortunately, the PowerPoint only has so much space, so you can see the logos there of those businesses. In the wages category, we had 18 participants that exceeded their commitments, and you see them there. In the capital investment category, we had 17 participants that exceeded their commitments. And lastly, in the local business spend category, we had 28 participants that exceeded their commitments. Of the 84 pilots, 20 of those pilots received an on-site inspection this year. All other pilots received a desk audit after submitting their annual report, so the information audited is based on January 2023 through December of 23. If a pilot recipient does not appear to meet their stated commitment, the pilot is then contacted and compliance works with the pilot to determine the cause of the shortfall and determine the best response. After that, a rescore is performed where the original pilot score is compared with the score based on the presented data. This process is referred to as rescoring. One pilot did have a discrepancy, but was amended to cure this, and one pilot was rescored, found to be in default, and EDGE processed that pilot and terminated it. The other thing for this particular slide, when we processed that determination and through that rescore, we found that the company had to pay back some of the benefit that they had received. We require the company to pay that back at termination, and then that money is then sent back to the city treasurer and the county trustee to be put back in the coffers. And so that actually happened. We actually received a check from the company, and what we allowed them to pay half in the first 6 months and then half in the remaining 6 months. We received that check at EDGE. We processed that payment, and it's on its way back to the city treasurer and the county trustee. I want to just end this by saying that we take this very seriously. We know that this is the taxpayers' money, and we stand with you as our elected officials in protecting our community and our constituents. We live here too. My family's here, my kids are all here. I'm very, very fortunate that a couple of years ago, they all said they want to stay in Memphis. Now we'll see how long that lasts. Yes, it's time for that. They're all gainfully employed, by the way. But no, we really, really do understand this. And we have a team of folks. I did bring the team this time, one, because it's cold, two, because parking's bad. I can keep going, but they're here. They're at the office. They're working really hard. Before I end, I won't go over the MWBE spend. You have that in front of you. But before I end, I just want to, again, thank each and every one of you, everyone that's sitting here before me, and everyone that I know is maybe in the back or on their way. You as council men and women have, and the public needs to know this, you have contributed your time your talent, your knowledge to help us make this program, this office, this organization, and the work that we do better. You're a part of the team, and your constituents need to know how hard you work. I won't say the times of the calls because that and the emails that we answer, yes, ma'am. But we are in this together. And I'm very thankful that you've allowed me to have this role for the time that I've had it. There's so much more that we can do. But as they say, if you want to go fast, go along. If you want to go far, go together. We have a long way to go in our city. But there are so many people, including my team, other organizations, people that I'm meeting with every day, and companies that are committed right alongside you to do this work. So I will leave it at that. And I hope that, again, that you guys are proud of the work that EDGE has and the port has been able to do. So I now
Thank
ask
you.
for any questions.
I
Yes,
appreciate that, Dr. Massey, President Dr. Massey. We try to say all the things. Give you all your flowers.
Thank you.
I want to recognize that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has arrived, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Walker, and Councilwoman Logan. I have a couple of people in the queue, Dr. Warren and Councilwoman Logan. I just wanted to ask one question before I go to Councilman Warren, and that is the average wage. Are we working per hour salary? Like I'm thinking about, I know the living wage line always moves, but where are we at with?
So EDGE's policies continue to remain at the minimum $15 an hour for a job to be included in a pilot. Right now, and the last time we checked, we're performing at about $17, $18 an hour for our average jobs. But we also anticipate that going up, particularly with some of the projects that we have in the pipeline, working with our partners directly with the state of Tennessee Economic and Community Development on recruiting companies to Memphis and Shelby County. We do anticipate that to go up. And then we are also very targeted with the industries. We want family sustainable quality jobs in Memphis.
Yeah, and I would press us in future pilots to look closely at that number. I know the county has gone up to $18 an hour as their base. And, again, I think there's argument that that's not enough if you price that out for a year, for a family, et cetera. And we want to bring jobs here, but we don't want to bring jobs that bring poverty wages and that continue to perpetuate, systems of inequity in our community. So thank you for this report. And I am going, and now we've got Cooper Sutton in too. I'm going to go to Dr. Warren first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions. What are your plans to try to increase the housing that you guys are involved in? Because one of the things as council, we really don't have money to be able to increase housing, but we definitely see that there's a need there. And if you guys have the ability to do that, what is your board thinking as far as moving forward? Because I see that you've done apartment buildings. Are we financing people making duplexes and single family homes and, neighborhood redevelopment? Because we have a lot of land that could be done. What are you hearing, and is there anything there? And I guess the next question is, as we're looking at that $15 figure, I think we need to look at, there's been a 33% increase, I think, in just what the dollar is worth from 2015 to today. So you just do the math on that, and I think you're right, 18% is not enough, or $18 isn't enough. So as y'all go forward, every one of us needs to calculate what inflation has done. And I think people out there don't understand that even though inflation's come down, that doesn't mean prices go down. Inflation brought you up. Now that it's going down, it's going to rise at a slower rate, but it's never going to go away unless you get deflation and economic, destruction. So just those two questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilman. I was looking at Councilwoman Green. So
Happens to me all the time.
does it really? Yes. Well, so Councilman Warren, to answer your first question, what I will say is that EDGE continues to work with our partner agencies that have housing as their primary mission. But for our program that we are looking at how we can expand and how that can make a larger impact. And I will leave it at, you have a mayor, as you know, through Mayor Young, who has prioritized housing, affordable housing throughout his career. And we continue to stand ready as your economic development arm to work with him and, again, the other agencies and partners in the community to enhance that.
The second one was inflation.
Right. And so we continue to analyze that as well. And, again, working with our partner agencies. I mean, what we do, you have Shandell Ryan over at Downtown Memphis Commission and Andrew Murray, and others. We continue to work closely with our partners so that we're in sync, because when businesses come here, whether they're small businesses looking to grow and or expand, or corporate businesses looking to do the same and locate here, we want to make sure that it's, easy to do business in Memphis. And so what DMC is doing, what CRA, what EDGE, other agencies are doing, we're looking at that. And the answer to your question is basically 100% yes. We know that that number needs to change. There's a process to that with our organization, and we're focused as Councilwoman
What
Green.
is that process?
So that process is, once we do the analyses, the staff would make a recommendation through committee to our board, and then our board would approve that policy change. And that's the same process for any policy. We have a board that was appointed by this council and duly or affirmed by the commission, based on those numbers, and we work with our board for that.
Is there a committee that's looking at this, and what's the time frame that we should expect to see y'all come back and tell us, yes, now we're recruiting people at $20 an hour, whatever it ends up being?
So what I hear from this council, and I have heard before, but I hear from this council with that new information, especially, that this is something to put forth in our strategic priorities for the coming year. And so that will happen. We do quarterly updates to this council. We will do that. And so you'll be hearing back from us at the next update where we are, and then we'll continue to. What I will say is that from a finalized standpoint, particularly depending on the analyses, the different information we need to collect, and then the process itself, because we have monthly meetings, we will have some information back to this council within the next one or two updates that we do on a quarterly basis.
Okay, good. Thank you. The next one would be better than two.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I like to win, so
okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I have coming up Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Walker, and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Dr. Massey, for your presentation and for all you do, what you bring to the position. It's so good to have someone there that has been through the ranks, understands the nature of things that are taking place in our city. My question is along the lines of some of the things that we've talked about throughout the years as it relates to the economic impact of these businesses and companies that come to Memphis. I understand that what we actualize is based on the multipliers and the formulas and the figures that are set, not by us, but set. And so I wanted to know where we are on advocating for Memphis as it relates to those multipliers at the federal level, at the state level, through your office. And are you seeing any positive gains?
So to answer your question, Councilwoman Logan, I think that I am seeing positive gains in the development of the relationships. You know, we had to kind of reconnect to our State Department of Economic and Community Development. Our team, and it wasn't up there, but our team in the last, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months ago we actually went up and met with Commissioner McWeather and his team. I sat down with him and his deputy commissioners in a one-on-one meeting. And then my team, my whole team, including our consultants, Beth Wilson with Wilson Public Relations, went up there with us. And we met with the whole team to talk strategy and talk Memphis. And I do think it was a very positive visit. We also continue through our federal relationships. And as you know, with the new administration coming in, we do have existing relationships in that realm, and we'll continue to strengthen those, again, to bring back to Memphis the best benefits that we can. But in regards to the actual advocating, I say we're doing that through the relationships and through collaboration. But you know how relationships are, and you know how hard it is to push a boulder up a hill. You can't do it fast at all. But we continue to do that and to be available for both our federal, state, and other partners throughout the country and locally to be a resource and to really act within our whole role of being the Chief Economic Development Officer for Memphis and Shelby County.
I'd like to know what the specific asks are, or the narrative or the conversation that we're putting forth on behalf of Memphis, and what is it that you and your team and the board have decided would be baby steps, would be, where are we going specifically and what the goal or the plan is, so that we can understand and what we can do to assist with that.
Okay.
I know it's going to be it is a heavy lift, but I know you're the person to initiate that lift. And if you could just share with us what those goals are, what do you really want to see out of their advocacy and those changes in laws, or specifically what needs to change to make certain that we are beginning to see some positive gains on that regard and more money coming back to us.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
That's the first goal, more money.
More money
More
coming
money.
back to us.
Absolutely.
Yes, and the latitude to do some things that we haven't been able to because we're restricted by those,
Absolutely.
inequities.
Absolutely. I'm happy to communicate
Okay,
that to the
thank you. I
council.
appreciate it.
I think that's a great idea, especially as we look towards this new legislative session on the state. Any specifics that you can get to us, and you can email them to me and to Keisha, and then we'll share them with the board, so that as we have conversations, especially on the state level, but also with our federal representatives, we can amplify your request.
Absolutely.
Councilwoman Walker, and I do want to acknowledge that Vice Chair Swearingen Washington has joined us. Councilwoman Walker, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today. I really enjoyed your presentation. Secondly, thank you for allowing me to be a community partner with you last year, and I'm looking forward to continuing with that type of community engagement. And finally, my question, Councilwoman Green asked about the wages. To that, I want to ask about the benefits. Where are we with the benefits?
Benefits for the employees, you mean?
Correct.
Right. So, again, we require that they also offer benefits. Now, Councilwoman Walker, that's deep in the the business operations when we talk about types of benefits, right? So when we say benefits, we're talking about medical benefits. We're talking about potentially time off, but how the company does time off, if it's comp, if it's sick, if it's a bank of time, we don't get into that, but we do ask for benefits. And so when the application is submitted for a pilot, there is a column in there that we ask them to list what type of benefits are included, because that's a compounder. Even though when we do the wages, we don't do the wages including benefits, but we ask for it. We ask for them to provide us the information. So in the calculation, the wages plus benefits are not included as a multiplier for how many years they get, because because we don't have any way to monitor the benefits other than the site visits that we do, and we can't do a site visit on 85. So we ask them to provide us the wages plus benefits, and then when we calculate the years, we look at that number in the column. If you've seen that spreadsheet before for the pilots, there's about 6 or 7 columns, and there's the column with benefits and there's the column without the benefits. We take the before benefits number to give them the years, but we still monitor the with benefits, and they're required to provide benefits to the employees.
Okay, thank you for that. I yield the floor.
Thank you. I think that's really important, especially as, we still have seen from the pandemic that women have not re-entered the workforce at the same number as men. And a lot of that has to do with healthcare, time off, paid parental leave. Yes. And so anything that you can do as you're communicating with these businesses to at least encourage them to include those kind of benefits that will lead to better gender equity in the workforce, I think is important, in addition to pay equity along the gender lines as well. Last but certainly not least, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Ms. Massey, for coming and giving us that presentation. I thank you for working closely with me and our small business constituents, trying to find a way where they can improve their businesses and use all those amazing grants that you offer to help for their improvement. My question is, and it may have been asked because I'm over here multitasking, but I'm listening. When we do get these jobs and these companies come, do we, and I'm sure you do we think really seriously about the skill sets and the education level that's here in Memphis? It's everywhere that I go, and I see young Black men that are really looking for jobs and really want to work. But you got to do the background checks. And if it's 10, 15, or 12 years old, that still shows on their records. I got like 6 men that are looking for jobs, but there is that background check that comes and affects that they don't have the qualification or they don't have the skill set. And so when we look at these jobs and these companies come into our city, and we know our poverty level here, and we know what it looks like in the numbers. And I think at the last year, at the beginning of the year, you really focused on that. We talked about that. We stressed about that. Is there a number? Is there any data where you can show or you keep where we are in that area as far as employment for our citizens, for my community that looks like me, the brown and the Black and the indigenous and those that look like me that really want what you said, sustainability for their families? It's easy. Sometimes it's easy for our children to get jobs. We are their parents. And so we're going to make sure that they get good quality education, good jobs, get to meet the right people, put them in the right settings. And everybody is not as fortunate as we are to do those things. And so I'm really want to make sure, and I know that you're working very, very hard because you're in the community, but have we target and are we looking in that area of qualifications, and how are we streamlining it to make it more available for those?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Councilwoman Cooperson, I want to go back to my opening comments and basically the flowers that I gave this council in working hand in hand with us. Chairwoman Green had the insight, the foresight, when the workforce board was looking for new members. Chairwoman Green and I discussed, and she worked on her other side, her day job, to get me appointed to the Greater Memphis Workforce Board. So I joined that board in May of last year, in response actually to your comments, but also, my passion for helping our community on an individual level and helping people get family sustainable jobs. I joined that board, and then I was very intentional in working with Chairwoman Green and our other county colleagues to look at where would EDGE and my knowledge, workforce development background that I have be most impactful. And so recently I was named the chair of the Business Services Committee, which gives a lens to the businesses and the jobs that they're offering and how they are matching those jobs to the individual constituents, the job fairs, who they're hiring. And so I'm a part of that team and actually, like I said, chair with the staff of that board to work on that. So to answer your question, yes, I do have data. I didn't bring it because it wasn't EDGE's data today, and it's not mine to present as the chair. The staff does, but we do have data, and we are very intentionally working in that area, although it's outside of EDGE's core mission, but indirectly, we take a responsibility for workforce development in that way, and that was our way of contributing it. So that just happened in May. That board has really shored up, and they're working really hard. Now they have staff. They have an interim director, but we work with the chamber and their staff on that. And yes, I see great potential in it, but again, it's another boulder because and I know, and you're right. I mean, our children have a different experience than even we had. And so I know that in communicating these opportunities to our communities that look like us, we can't use the traditional methods. We can't say that we put out a flyer or we did a commercial and boom, they should know about it. We have to really get in there and talk to, the grandparents and the guardians and the churches and the schools, and all of those things are a part of the strategy for that organization that EDGE is is encouraging and putting a part of. And then I also want to recognize we hired most recently a assistant vice president of operations. Jessica Lindsay is here. She comes from the state of Tennessee. She has an education background. Some of you probably know her, but her hiring again was very deliberate because we needed someone who understood that side of the industries and the work. And Jessica has deep relationships in the education community, particularly in this community. And so we find that to be beneficial to us in opening doors. I won't steal the thunder of the next update, but I think it's going to happen by the next update. And I will just say there is something on the burner that you all are going to love, but I won't tell you about it now. You gotta hold on. You gotta have me back next quarter, but you are going to love it. And Ms. Lindsay has helped leading that collaboration and that development that I think is going to really be extraordinarily impactful to exactly the question you're asking.
So I have to wait another quarter.
Yes, another quarter.
Thunder.
We like to execute. We don't just talk about it. We like to, what they say, be about it. Yeah.
So if you can bring me the numbers or give me the committee that you're working with, because
Sure.
that's very important to me. I'm hearing and I'm seeing and I'm boots on the ground. I'm out in the streets. I'm listening to the cry of the people, and they really want to work. And Councilwoman Green talks about recidivism. Got tongue, got tongue twisted. And there's so many opportunities that I think that we need to do better as a city and as city leaders and at this administration to make it happen.
Absolutely.
We got to give our children a future, and we need to look, we need to think, and we need to be prepared for what we want this city to look like 20 to 30 years when I'm on a beach drinking, chilling, and I know that we have transitioned and put the torch in the right hands.
Absolutely.
With people that are well equipped, love this city like we do, want to work hard. We're just not in this moment. It's a 22-year, 30-year down the road. What do we want this city to look like? And who do we want this city hands to be left in? And that's so important to me.
Absolutely. You're preaching to the choir, and I love it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, with that, I appreciate you coming, Dr. Massey, and we will call this committee to close.
Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Spinoza. And Councilwoman Logan.
Councilwoman Logan.
Councilwoman Logan. Okay, and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
And Councilman Warren, Chair, present. Colleagues, we have one item today. We're continuing presentations of different groups in Overton Park, and today we have a presentation from the Metals Museum. Please give your name and address, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Carissa Husong, and my address is 1293 Central Avenue.
And go ahead with your presentation. Do you have it on our, did you bring anything electronically? Or, yes, so where's our, we should hopefully get this up for you here. Let the records show that Councilwoman White has joined and Councilman Spinoza is also here. So what I'm hoping that we'll see while we're getting this set up is we're going to bring each of the groups that are there, because as we're moving forward, we have to remember that in a year or two, we're going to have to figure out what we're doing with the Brooks space also. Okay, Mr. Sung, you're up.
Thank you.
And do you have did you get this up on the screen for Jonathan? There we go. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today and for your support of the Metal Museum over the years. We have been in existence for 45 years now, and during that time, we've really established ourselves as an international leader in the celebration, recognition, and promotion of the field of fine metalwork. What you may not know about us is that we are the only metal museum in the United States, if not the world, and I think it's really special that the Metal Museum ended up here in Memphis, Tennessee. We are devoted exclusively to the preservation, promotion, and advancement of the art and fine craft of metalwork. And we've achieved this through four interrelated program areas, which would be exhibitions, collections, studio practice, and community education and outreach. So I just wanted to give you a few highlights of our current year, and then we'll just give you an idea of sort of where we're going and what our role in Overton Park will be. So today, our award-winning exhibition program and related educational offerings provide opportunities for emerging and established metalsmiths to exhibit work and expose audiences to new and innovative work. Our exhibition series includes Tributaries, which provides opportunities for mid-career artists with what are often their first solo exhibitions. We have the annual Master Metalsmith exhibition, which features an artist who's made a significant contribution to the field, and then group exhibitions. We currently have our Master Metalsmith from 2024, who is Preston Jackson, and if you have not seen this exhibition, I strongly encourage you to come see his work. He's this outstanding artist from the Chicago area. You can see an image of him here with his sculpture. We also had an exhibition that featured artists internationally called Bracelets, Bangles, and Cuffs, which also resulted in several donations to our collection. We had Health and Enamel, which actually brought artists from across the country to the museum to see the exhibition and participate in it. Branching Out featured casting artists. Morgan Lugo is one of our Tributaries artists, and No Place Like Home was, again, a group exhibition. Other highlights from our education and outreach programs includes hosting over 4,000 fourth graders at the museum. It was a bit of a challenge for us as we don't have classroom spaces in our current location. So we actually hosted them part-time in the tent, as well as took them around to do hands-on activities, visit the exhibitions, and see demonstrations by our artists. We restarted our Forging the Future after-school educational program. It is a partnership with Knowledge Quest and now with MoreTech. Our students, after completing the program, will actually have completed half of the certification process for welding with MoreTech, and they can go after completing our program and finish that education. We also fortunately hired the head of the welding department from MoreTech, and she is currently in our education department, really enhancing our education program, working with the Forging the Future students, and has just been a great way to enhance that partnership with MoreTech. We've provided tours, workshops, and classes for over 10,000 people. We offer free admission every Thursday to Tennessee residents, and we have about 5 free family fun days throughout the year, so really trying to bring people to the museum. We also visit communities throughout Memphis with our M4, which is our mini mobile metal museum, and we're able to take forging demonstrations, casting demonstrations, and hands-on activities throughout the community, and we do that about 5 times a year. We also host apprentices and interns. We have paid and academic interns, as well as conferences that draw artists from across the country. As we look to the future, we remain committed to creating pathways to success for our youth, developing a strong workforce and providing Memphis youth, as we were discussing earlier, with opportunities that do not require college degrees is critical to the future of Memphis. So in the upcoming year, one of the new programs we're doing is a partnership with We Work the Waterways, which connects over 200 young people to jobs related to the Mississippi River. And so we're really proud to start that. It is most likely to become an annual event. Through these activities, the museum has established itself as an international leader, and as a result, we've outgrown our current location along the river. So with this, we are expanding into Overton Park, and this will not only address our current lack of space, accessibility, and visibility, it will elevate the museum and the community through arts education, artistic creation, civic presence, and inclusivity. So as you may know, we are renovating the former Memphis College of Art building, and I believe this is a really important investment for Memphis. Bob Faulkner, who has said he didn't care that much about the Metal Museum before this project started, but he cared about the impact we could have on Overton Park and the community at large. And he said that this is one of the few projects with as much impact on Memphis, that there really aren't other projects that will have as big of an impact. And I think Overton Park is a park for all of Memphis, and this building that we're renovating is also a building that's important to all of Memphis. So it's really critical that we do this expansion for the health and vitality of Overton Park and for our community at large. And we are doing thoughtful renovations to this award-winning mid-century modern building and transforming it from the Memphis College of Art into a place where visitors from all walks of life and all parts of the city can gather, connect, and create. While remaining committed to retaining the key architectural elements of the building, we are also making it more welcoming and accessible. Our $35 million campaign will provide pathways to careers for Memphis youth, attract talent to the region, and strengthen the rich heritage of the city as it preserves the legacy of arts and education in Overton Park. To date, we have raised over $23 million. We also have about $2 to $2.5 million in historic tax credits and are well into our construction. The substantial completion will be in April of 2026, and we will open to the public in September of 2026. So we are a partner in Overton Park at the moment, but still working our way to actually being present in Overton Park. And I just wanted to say thank you all for your support. I would like to, in particular, recognize Chairwoman Sojourn Washington and Councilwoman Spinoza for your support through the City Council Grant Program. I really want to thank Councilman Warren for his support of this project. He has been involved in it for quite some time. And I also really want to encourage all of you to tour the building. It is amazing. I would love to give you a hard hat tour. The views from the upper towers are absolutely stunning. We have opened up the towers and created these really beautiful spaces, and we look forward to welcoming the community into this building. People have not been able to really fully appreciate it because as a school, you weren't allowed into those studio spaces, onto the rooftop terrace. And I think it's really a building that people will be very proud of, and I encourage all of you to tour it.
Thank you. Let the record show that Councilwoman Easter Thomas is here, and I'll make a quick comment, and if we don't have any questions, I get a question there. One of the things that they've done that I think everyone would really enjoy seeing is when the College of Art was there, they went ahead and they put in walls to make classrooms and offices and things in a building that was designed to be completely open. So from one side of the building, you could actually see through the other side of the building into the park. So what's happened is they've opened this up in such a way that not only is the building and the art going to be pretty cool, but you're going to feel like you're in a forest, and you'll be there for the park. And I think the amount of civic activity that can occur there, both public and private, is going to really help the park as we move forward. Where we've had this sort of hole there with the College of Art gone, this is going to really fill a lot of those needs. So as we move forward, we got to be mindful and try to make sure that we're helping them get to their $35 million goal. Right now we have Councilwoman Easter Thomas in the queue for a question, and we're 1 minute past time. So we've caught up a little bit. Go ahead.
How you gonna say we past time and say I can talk?
You can talk.
Thank you, Chair. This sounds exciting. I didn't know y'all were already at the College of Art, so that's great. Question, I don't know if it's been said, are you moving everything to the College of Art? And if so, what happens with the building in French Fork?
We are moving all of our really public-facing activities to Overton Park, and then we are retaining the current location next to French Fort that will be an artist in residency program. So we will still have artists living and working in that location. It will still be open to the public. It is very difficult to get to that location now with the construction, and of course then the bridge, once they finish up this exchange, the I-55 Crump exchange, they'll start on the bridge construction, and it has been very difficult for people to get to our current location. And so
the museum part where is going to be open, that'll move there, but the artists will stay there. All of these will be open, and that area will also be open for people that want weddings and things like that can rent it. So that's not going to change. It's almost like that's where they're going to have the working people doing a lot of the metal work in addition to the new smelt that they're putting at Overton Park. Is that correct?
that is correct, but we'll have artists working in Overton Park as well. And so at the current location, they'll be working on their own private projects, individual artistic projects. And Overton Park will continue to do the commission work, which is a key part of our education program. Our apprentices learn all aspects of the business side of metalworking. So they work with clients, they do design work, they do budgets and timelines. So all of that will continue. One of our big projects was the Mosasaur outside of Pink Palace. That type of project we'll be doing in Overton Park. And one of the great features of our new metalworking facilities is that you'll be able to see into the building without actually coming into the museum. So people will be able to be exposed to metalwork, and hopefully they'll want to come in the building after they're watching the artists working. But it really gives us an opportunity to give back to the community. One of the things that I didn't mention about the building is that there is a 350-seat auditorium, which I think will be highly utilized. And one of the exciting things about that is right now, some of our partnerships are limited because we just don't have the space to say, yes, you can come do a performance. But in this new space, we will have a stage, we will have an auditorium, we will have spaces where the community can meet. And we've actually already been contacted by Hattie Lou Theater about possibly doing an event when we open in September of 26. So I think there'll be a lot of community interest, a lot of opportunities for us to partner and to give back to the greater Memphis community as well.
Okay, thank you. And just because I don't know, are these buildings owned and leased by the city? The Memphis College of Art and the Metal Museum are both owned by the city?
Yes, we own these.
Okay, so we lease them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
City property. I think next and not last is Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a quick question. Just learning about your metal museum, and there is a question about the pathway to success. And you said developing a strong workforce and providing Memphis youth with opportunities that do not require college degrees and critical to the future of Memphis. And so how do you keep up with these students that you identify when they come that they're not interested or they not interested in having a college degree? And are you partnered with someone? And do you have data showing the success of these youth, the long-term relationship that you have with these youth that decide that they don't want to go to college? Could you kind of explain and elaborate a little bit more, just to give me a little bit more clarity on it, please?
Yeah, so Forging the Future was our after-school program, and it actually did, we took a break, obviously, during COVID, and we're restarting that now. But our students who went through that program learned business skills and as well as metalworking techniques. And so we had several students who went on to take welding certification, went into welding programs, and some of them started their own businesses with the skills that they learned in the after-school program. So we are restarting that program. With the students who went through that program, one who ended up at Moretech continues to volunteer and be part of the museum programming. We offer all of those students the opportunity to take any class they want for free. Most of them cannot participate in our current location because they can't get to that location. And so that is why this new location in Overton Park is so important to us, because people can get there by foot, by bus, by bike. And we will be able to really expand that program to provide those opportunities for more students to participate in that program, for them to be able to take those classes. We'd like to really expand our internship programs and apprentice programs to those students and really build that program. But where we are right now, we just don't really have that opportunity. We also want to be doing career days and bringing students in, introducing them to all the different metalworking techniques that they can pursue. We are enhancing our partnerships with MoreTech and really finding ways to create those opportunities. We had an intern from MoreTech who came every Friday to learn blacksmithing with us, and he was given school credit for that time that he spent with us. And he is also continuing to volunteer and spend time with our artists at the museum. And so this is an opportunity for us to really expand on these programs that we've begun and be able to reach more people.
Was this the program you were saying that people did it, they were halfway to their welding certification, and then they were able to go to more tech and finish welding?
That is the Forging the Future,
Okay.
is that new partnership that we've offered where they can earn that certificate. And we do have several students who are working on that right now and beginning to expand that. But we do partner with Knowledge Quest to do that program because they have the tools and the experience and really the legal ability to be tracking a lot of that, whereas we do not necessarily have that. So it's really important for us to have a partnership with an organization that can better track the students than we can as an outside organization coming in.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to understand, because when you said that the Metal Museum is $35 million capital campaign will provide pathway to career for Memphis youth, you know, that kind of struck me, 35 million, and I wanted just to see where the pathway was leading and how successful it was. And so that's good to know that you partnered with Knowledge Quest. And maybe you can get some data the next time you come, and I'm sure you will. Or I'm going to schedule some time to come in and visit. Thank
Well, we
you
would
so
love
much.
for
I
you to.
appreciate you. Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And most, if not a lot of that 35 million is being used to upgrade our property. So what is going into the College of Art to upgrade it and to do the systems over, to get new elevators, to get new AC, to redo the roof, to redo the building. So the money that's going in there, we benefit from, and that it's our property. No problem. Well, I've been looking at it. Okay. Councilwoman Logan. Thank you, Councilwoman Kipsutton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm glad to finally get to meet you face to face. My question is, when you all move into the facility, will you continue with your community visiting or your efforts in the community
Yes,
at that time?
we will continue to go out into the community. I think it's a really important part of our outreach to make sure that we can meet people where they are and not just expect them to come to us.
And do you have is it like a tour, or do you have a schedule of you go out into different communities, or is it per request?
It's a little bit of both.
Okay.
But usually it's by request, and we go to a lot of different community festivals and events. So it just depends on what is happening, but we do, it's by request, and then sometimes we try to get involved in certain communities that we haven't had a presence in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, fellow council members. With no further questions, we appreciate you coming and presenting. We're looking forward to you guys being open, and I do recommend that everybody who can go by there and check it out. Call Mrs. Sung and
Welcome to the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee, Memphis City Council. Today's Tuesday, January 21st. Ashley, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman White.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
And Chair Spinoza.
Here. Thank you, Ashley. So we're a little bit behind. It's 10:44. We've got 3 items on the agenda, one of which, item number 3, was held and pushed over to this week, and then item 2 was brought to us by Vice Chair Walker. So I want to try to give 10 minutes to each. That's the plan, and then we'll end promptly at, I guess that would be what, 10:14 a.m. So just to prepare everybody for that. So item number 1, which does not require a motion or anything, just a discussion as usual. Item number 1, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda. President McGowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug McGowan, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, 220 South Main Street. Today I bring to you the fiscal consent agenda. We do have a change to the format. The very first slide, Mr. Chair, subject to your request. Today, so far this year, City Council approved a little over $1.5 million through the first meeting of Council. Today we bring to you $15 million, and with today's approval, that'll be $16 million so far this year. Based on your request, I hope this meets your desires of tracking.
Thank you, President McGowan. Yes, sir. I think it gives us good perspective. We've gotten a good process down. I think it's good for the public to see it, and I'm also proud of the council on the new process. We approve a lot of money, and there's a lot of due diligence done, so thank you.
We will continue to keep that rolling, and we'll just bring that right down throughout the year. So I'll move on to item number 1, which is partial funding of the Pollution Control Groundwater Quality Control Program. In short, we charge 55 cents per water meter across the service territory of MLGW to help fund the Shelby County Groundwater Pollution Control Board. All of the other municipal water systems do this as well, and they also receive funding from fees that individuals who have wells, private wells, also pay into that. And this is how they pay for their staff at the Shelby County Pollution Control Groundwater Control. And that's how they do inspections and those kinds of things. So this is just a renewal of that. The next is a funded amount of $30,000 for identity manager support. This is the contract for the company that allows us to do our logins using our identity. We have an employee number. We have a very specific access code that we use, and this allows us to have access to all of our systems, both the intranet and other systems that we have for tracking business at MLGW. The next is for Splunk Enterprise term licenses. This is a 3-year bid or a 3-year contract, and it's 100% WBE. This is a data visualization program that allows us to take the millions of bytes of data that we have across our system and turn that into visualization so that we can analyze performance and we can display performance of our various systems, and it pulls them from across a number of different software platforms in the MLGW enterprise. Next is a contract for 65-foot gray steel poles in the funded amount of up to $525,000. The city of Lakeland changed its standards as we were undergoing construction for a subdivision that's near Brownsville and Seed Tick Road and upgraded those to steel poles. This amount is reimbursable by the developer. And so this is the amount that would be above the wood pole cost. And so what we're asking here is to purchase 23 65-foot gray steel poles that could be used in this subdivision, and the amount will be reimbursed to MLGW by the developer. The next is 600-volt EPR CPE cable in the amount of $3 million. This is a purchase of cable that goes underground. You have a picture on the far right that shows what a cable fault looks like when there's an underground cable that fails and power is lost. That's kind of what it looks like due to age and heat. The image on the left is just a graphical depiction of the kinds of cable we're buying. What we're buying here is 6 different kinds of cable in a total distance of 271,000 feet of cable. It just keeps inventory for us so we can put this in when it fails and to put it into new construction. The next is water, gas boost, and vacant lots ground maintenance. You've seen several of these. This is for all the way through the end of the year. This contract is for grounds maintenance to keep our properties looking in good shape. We have this divided up amongst our work centers, and then this is our out parcels where we have our vacant lots, our booster stations, and our gas gate stations, which are out in the community. This is another purchase. This is $10 million for medium voltage EPR cable. Again, the same kind of image. This is 8 different kinds of cable that we are buying, up to 667,000 feet of cable. We use this in new construction, and then we use it to replace old, outdated cable as it fails throughout the year and before it fails. Every year we have an objective of doing 98,000 feet of replacements preemptively, and then we keep the other cable for new construction and for failures when we need it. The next is Chartwell membership in the amount of $80,470. This is our membership with Chartwell. They do research and advisory services to us. We use this in our IT systems, in our billing systems, in our engineering departments, and they are an industry advisor, and we have used them for a number of years to provide excellent information to us. Subject to your questions, that concludes the consent agenda items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, President McGowan. We got Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair.
Real quick, Councilwoman Green, we also have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and again, just trying to stay on schedule, so 5 minutes, I'll be quiet.
Thank
for y'all
you.
to share. Yeah.
On page 5, the groundwater quality control program.
Yes, ma'am.
This says it's 55 cents per meter. Has that been raised anytime in the, it just seems very low.
So there's a discussion with the Shelby County Groundwater Board. They had proposed to raise this to like $2.50 a meter. I may have that off a little bit. There was a proposal to do that. I think they're coming back to see if there's a more measured approach to increasing that. We all agree that we want to fund the Shelby County Groundwater Quality Control Board so they can go out and have the necessary resources to test. We will support whatever they ultimately end up with, but there was a proposal that I think initially jumped it way up to like $2.50, and I think they're coming back to look at first, and again, this is what I believe is happening, individual well fees, how much people are charged for the individual well, which also hasn't been adjusted in years, the annual permit fee, but all the municipalities are going to pay, but we expect that this will go up.
Yeah, I just think about something like the diesel getting into the groundwater in Germantown and what a problem that was for the whole community. And I know we want the health department to be able to monitor and help with things like that as they might make their way into Memphis. The other question I had was on page 10. These vacant lots, are they your vacant lots or are they vacant lots of other people?
Yes, they're vacant lots that we own. MLGW does have property. We have hundreds and hundreds of acres of property that we own with the specific intent of expanding our infrastructure onto in the future. So we want to maintain that consistent with the style of the neighborhood that's around. So if it's in a residential neighborhood, it's a water well lot that will maintain that in a residential style. If it's out in the country, then it'll be maintained in a natural state. If it's in a gate station, we want to make sure that it's maintained so that we can see all of the infrastructure in and around there.
I point this out just, to the tax-paying public that there's always upkeep with vacant lots.
Right.
We end up paying for it one way or the other, whether you own them, whether private landlords own them, and we end up coming and cutting grass and taking care of tires and all of those sort of things that happen. So this is just another vacant lot issue that we're, working on. So
some of them are, most of these are occupied because there's a gas gate station or a water well on there, but we do own properties. Most of the properties we own that are vacant are in areas that really don't require a lot of maintenance because they're these very large tracts of land out in the country or down on Pigeon. But this does allow us to get out there and mow those things that are occupied.
So much mowing grass in this town.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a quick question. When I'm looking at this, when you said award duration, and I know some of them, well, I know there are fees, but when they have to be extended, like this one on page, I guess that's page 7.
Okay.
Let's look at 7, 6, and 7. I think these are award duration.
Right.
And so, President, I just want to ask you, just for clarification for me, nothing sticky.
Mhm.
If they do not complete this, and this is not done in a certain amount of time, what happens after that?
So like number 6, the identity manager support, that's an annual support that we have to make sure our access always stays in place. And then
Okay.
periodically we'll evaluate the effectiveness. And if we wanted to shift to a new system, we would get a new vendor. On the Splunk Enterprise term licenses, that again is a 3-year. We use that during the course of the year. It's not a specific project. It allows our team to go in and evaluate data and visualize that data. So our team evaluated through a sealed bid process a number of vendors who said, we have this product, competitively bid. To avoid us having to bid it every year, which is a lot of additional churn, we bid this one for 3 years so that we have that coverage for 3 years. If they don't perform, then certainly we have the option to terminate the contract anytime at our discretion.
Like with the tree cuttings.
Yeah, if they don't perform, then we can terminate it. So our team will evaluate this as we go through the year, and if Splunk doesn't perform, then we'll terminate the contract and move on to a different option. But that's the idea: is competitively bid, find a tool that works for us. Our team uses this on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. And so then if it doesn't work, then we have to start all over again?
Then we start all over, and
With
that's
a new
why
bid?
with a new bid.
Okay.
So that's why there are some things, as you know, from the city that you can do a sole source on because there is nobody else, or it's so specialized, or it's a professional service. This data visualization, there are a number of people who can do that, so we have to competitively bid it. So that's why for competitively bid things, we try to make it a multi-year so that we can get the best bang for our buck.
Okay. Well, that's what I wanted to know. And hopefully with our competitive bidding and these vendors that we use, that we build relationship with them, and you won't have to keep doing that over and over and over again.
If they are great, then we can come to you and ask for an extension because they're so great.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
President. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, so we'll move on to item number 2. Discussion on MLGW communications initiatives. This is requested by Vice Chair Walker. Vice Chairwoman, would you like to say anything about the item before they present? No biggie, just offering it.
Not at this time.
Okay.
I'll wait.
All right, President McGowan and then Ursula, good to see you.
Hi, good morning. Ursula Madden, Vice President Corporate Communications, Memphis Light Gas and Water, 220 South Main. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and talk with you today. I thought I'd give you an overview of my areas of responsibility. This is not all-inclusive, of course, but it's a snapshot of 2024 that I thought would be helpful for you. Communications is a support service for our entire division. So we help all of our departments with anything that's related to media relations, public relations, printing needs, some aspects of billing. What you won't see in this snapshot is our earned media totals or any of my other involvement in government relations or as an advisory role to our executive committee. So this is just a look at one of our largest communications tools is our website. You can see it's utilized quite a bit, more than 9 million pages viewed. This is outside of MLGW, so this is not counting internal looks at our website. Most people come to look at our website because they want to look at their bill, they want to look at our outage map, and they're looking for payment options. So these are things that, and that's pretty standard industry-wide. We did a very successful marketing campaign this year, Start Your Spark, and some advertising to get more people to apply for jobs at Memphis Light Gas and Water. That helped our HR team with more than 600 plus offers accepted. This is a look at our corporate communications in terms of social media. You can see our social media presence and the number of followers for each of the mediums that we belong to or have followings for. We utilize Nextdoor quite a bit, especially when we're talking about construction aspects. It is hard to grow your social media presence. Usually, if you're growing at 3%, you're doing really well. But since I've taken over, we have increased our followers on Facebook to 9%, Instagram 22%, and on X, formerly known as Twitter, 7%. Part of it too is that to get that engagement up, we've been giving our social media persona, a little personality, and injecting a little bit of humor in our social media. My favorite example is the squirrel that got zapped in our transformer. It's something that, you know, people reposted over and over again and talked about for quite a bit, but you can also see that we're doing a little bit of color coding too as well. So if we're talking about an electrical outage, it's in yellow. If we're talking about a gas outage, it's in blue. If we're talking about water, it's in red. Our publications, we help with everything from our utility comparisons, budget books. This is all done in-house at our print shop. We have graphics designers. They do a lot of the work that you see. I also have some responsibility with public records, same as I did here at the city of Memphis. I share that responsibility with our chief legal officer. We had about 1,200 open records requests last year. That's nothing compared to the about 5,000 that the city of Memphis sees every year, but it's still a significant amount. We do have a person who is on call to take media questions every single day. We try to get those responses back to our media partners within 20 minutes or less. So our communications production and distribution, that's our print shop and our mail room, and our PBX, our in-house operations center, basically a switchboard. But we send out about 5.8 million bills every year, 25,000 bills per day. That comes out from my team. Our mail operations, 1.1 million pieces of mail was distributed last year, and we took 83,000 calls from the public to be dispersed in-house throughout the organization. Corporate social responsibility. This is, you know, something we're really proud of. Our team is really involved in volunteering in the community. You can see the 3,400 hours of volunteers. We work hard, our workers work hard, and they work hard to volunteer as well. We had more than 105 community events. That doesn't include the PJAs or town hall meetings that we are invited to by commissions or council or board. 64 events at local schools. And we have this wonderful contest where we create a superhero who talks about energy conservation. It's a coloring contest. The kids participated on different age levels. And we give a little award of money to both the student and the teacher at the end of the contest. It's really sweet. Corporate social responsibility, which I oversee, also has some utility assistance programs. Our Gift of Comfort is extremely popular. We were able to generate $1.3 million to help 8,700 customers with their utility bills last year. This is people just gifting to customers who may be in need. Our Plus One program, I oversee that contract, and with MIFA, our partner in vetting people who may be eligible for utility assistance there. Our On Track program is a deferred payment program. It has had up to 800 customers at one time. People can become a part of this program. It gets a lot of coaching and help to make sure people do stay on track with paying off their utility bills. And they can stay in this program enrolled up to 3 years as long as they make their payments on time. I'll also say we work on communications with other groups like Neighborhood Christian Center, MIFA, DHS, when coordinating utility assistance, because sometimes the pockets of money come in at different times. Also work to communicate about the City Council's $1 million grant that you all provide for utility assistance. And my team also works to get grants for utility assistance and match those grants through the Community Cares Fund through TVA. And last, this is just a look. This was big in '24. Obviously, XAI was a talker. We had our lead service line project that also unrolled last year, and we will, of course, be talking about that again this year in 2025. Those things are given. 2045, how we look 20 years now, what we want our utility system to look like. We're going to start engaging with the community again, but we're going to do focus groups in individual districts. So we'll be communicating about that. We have wrapped up our way forward, and we'll be replacing it with our new capital improvements program, renewal replacement of infrastructure, which is what we have affectionately internally called R2I. The MLGW.com website got an update this year. It got a refresh, but we plan to do an overhaul. So I'll be working with the IS and C's teams on what that looks like, including a new outage map and my account to have ease of accessibility for people to get the information they need. And then we've got a project that's coming up to replace a gas line that extends from Gill to Weaver. That's going to be important for some of the folks who have constituents in South Memphis. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ursula, for reporting your livelihood to us in about 6 minutes. That was a lot. Thanks. All right, we've got Vice Chair Walker. You're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Madden, for coming today. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you for showing up. So my first question, you covered that already. It was with respect to the printing. My back to school drive that was at Hickory Hill Community Center. Thanks to Miss Ashley, MLGW was present because we had a real good resource center that day, and you all were a part of that. So thank you again. About the focus group, so is that picking up where you left off last year because you had the schedule conflicts with the One Memphis town halls?
It is. We couldn't make the main thing because we had so many other issues going on
with the billing and
yes,
yeah.
And so I think too, in order to get it more focused, it needs to be, focus groups who can actually we'll incentivize them a little bit, but to stay on track about thinking about the future of what MLGW should look like in 2045, 20 years from now. What should your utility be doing for you? And that'll help inform our decisions, President McGowan's decisions going forward.
Okay, and finally,
and I'll communicate that to you all.
Sure.
You'll know when it's in your area. We'll go to all 7 council districts, and we plan to go to the municipalities as well, and then also do some of our own engagement with our neighborhood groups and community association groups.
okay, thank you. So finally, I got this in the mail. Common sources of household water leaks include. So this type of correspondence comes under what category with respect to your presentation you just made?
That would go in from our billing department, it's our outbound mail, and our print shop would print that up and send it out.
So these types of special notices, do you do them like periodically? Is it just based on need, or?
We do them all the time for various different reasons. It could be something about keeping your pipes adjusted during the winter. It could be about our utility increase, rates increasing. It could just be the gamut of things that we just feel that customers need to know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for coming. Mr. Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Real quick, it's funny, I just heard another council member. I will protect the integrity of my fellow council members. The comment was, when I saw that in the mail, I was like nervous to open it, like you get something from LGW. But we talk about communication, and we're going over again. But I just want to say, we talk about communication. If it's social media or if it's mail, we're trying to hit, or you're trying to hit. And the expectation, I think, for all of us is we're all trying to make sure that our constituents are getting all the information they can. So it's amazing how much print you do send out, but that's the attempt that, I see that on Instagram, and you send it in the mail, and similar to the councilwoman perhaps sitting 2 seats to my left, I was like, oh God, what is MLGW sending me? And I laughed about it because here we are. And so anyways.
Well, don't be worried. I mean, if we're sending you something, it's because we hope you're paying attention to it. We realize that just because it comes in the mail, that may not be the only place that you see it. So in order for anybody to retain these types of things, they need to see it probably 10 times. So we'll send it out in different ways.
Yeah, all right, thank you. I talk about keeping it on schedule, and I say that. But I thought that was pretty fun to discuss. All right, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And I think you answered. I wanted to ask about the focus groups. And you mentioned that these groups are for envisioning the future. So you were going to do some focus groups. You were going to do some community town halls or community groups or something last year.
So we
Where were-
did. We did do some community town halls, and I think that's what I was saying. I kind of came into sort of the middle of those town hall meetings, but was able to observe from the outside. And I think we had a hard time keeping folks in the room focused on the future when they wanted to talk about what was going on with their bill at that time. And we answered their questions, but I think we couldn't get the deep dive that we needed to get the information to inform future decisions.
Correct. So my question was going to be, as it relates to community meetings, the structure and the purpose behind them, if there could be a little bit more intentionality moving forward in communicating exactly what we're doing ahead of time. So the community meetings, I know Councilwoman Walker kind of initiated that conversation about XAI. So there are some things that people are really concerned about. XAI, their bill, they're not really concerned about the future because they are concerned about right now. So I just would like to encourage you all to make sure that the communication that goes out about the town hall meetings are exactly what you want them to be, because otherwise it's going to get confusing. And even when they come, if there's a way to divert those or direct those questions to someone that is there present, so we can stay on task with what those meetings are going to be out. And are you going to put those dates out or locations out ahead of time like they did with, like Director Zena did when we're going to be in this part of town and this part of town and this part of town on these different dates, so people can plan and you can have the best representation there possible?
It's not going to quite work like that, but yes. The short answer is yes. We will be communicating ahead of time, and the whole idea of a focus group is to get people who are really interested. So we'll put out a communication, say, we want to talk to District 7, and we want you to come out and...
Right. Now,
yeah.
I mean to interrupt. I wasn't necessarily talking about the focus group because I definitely know what a focus group is. That'll be a call for those. But the community groups, community town halls that you're doing.
Sure. Well, let me just say, we want to support all of you as you do your town halls, and so we try to support you in the ways that we think. There are only a few things that we should be having a town hall on as MLGW. First, the focus groups for 2045, we know that we're going to do that. Let me give an example of a specific town hall. We just mentioned the Weaver to Gill Road. That's in southwest Memphis. That is a extra high pressure gas line replacement. We mentioned that to you today. We will be giving you a full briefing on what that is, and then we intend to have a community meeting in southwest Memphis and well publicized ahead of time so that people can understand what the project is, when it will be constructed, how they might be impacted, because that's a very high profile project because it's going to be in the neighborhood, in some folks' not in their backyard, but behind their backyard with trucks and tractors digging up and replacing. So that's a specific town hall. In Councilwoman Swearingen Washington's district, we are doing what we call the Orange Mound Initiative. I briefed you on this. We want to give a community update on that. Like, this is replacing all the outdated infrastructure in the Orange Mound area, including a whole bunch of poles. And this year, you'll start seeing a lot of construction activity. So something that's very high level, we want to give a community meeting on that. If there's an issue of concern, like Councilwoman Walker brought up with XAI, we're happy to either host or come alongside you on those big things. But you're absolutely right. We want to make sure we get the word out, multi-channel, well ahead of time to have lots of visibility and presence there. Most of the rest of the time, we're supporting you, the PJAs, the other community meetings out there as part, or the mayor and part of what he's doing. So those are the ones that I can see town halls or community meetings, that are becoming, that we'll be sponsoring.
Okay, so you're not sponsoring any community meetings throughout the district. You're going to be supporting the ones that we have, and you will pull one together if there's an issue in that area. Is that what you're saying? So it's not a series of community meetings?
Yes. I mean,
okay.
With the exception of the 2045 where we were speaking about, instead of what we had before, which was we just said, hey, there's a community meeting on 2045, and we had spotty results. We're now going to try to get people who are really interested as a focus group. So that's the one, but not just a general community meeting.
Okay, thank you.
I'd just like to add to any of our communications plans, something such as XAI or Weaver to Gill, they all have a communications plan that is drafted out months ahead of time to try and make sure that we reach all the stakeholders who are involved.
Because it's my understanding that there were going to be community meetings about XAI, but there ended up being one, and it was out in the south part of town. So
We committed to one.
you all,
We did. We committed to one.
and it was in the south part of town. Okay, thank
We
you.
we were asked to support that one, yeah.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton is in the queue, you said? All right, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Just one quick question, Ursula and President Doug. Are you all committed to, in the near future, with any more XAI communication going out to the communities? Because there's one community that's really stressing, and I was going to get with you all to see if we could set some time out, because it's very important. And they have some questions because it's in their back door, and this is the Boxtown community, and they are screaming through my emails on they would love to talk with you all and about your plans with XAI. And I think we owe that to them since it's right at their back door.
But here's what I would suggest. I gave an update to council last time on where we stand with the next phase of XAI. So I think it's broader than just MLGW. So here's what I would, kind of a request if I could, Councilwoman. I think we need to have because I don't control everything that they're doing. I think the chamber has a part. I think the city has a part with the recycled water plant, recycling water plant, that we have a part. So I want to make sure that we have more people there to answer questions and concerns. And so we'd be happy to respond if we'd like to collaborate on a little larger update about where things stand. I think that's fair. But last time, as I say, I was kind of the only one talking, so I tried to answer as many questions as I could.
And you did well, and
but
I
if that's
concur
fair,
with you.
I'd like to maybe
That
we
is
could
most
coordinate
definitely
that.
fair.
Okay.
And so that's what I just wanted to get some clarity, and we'll move forward on that.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair,
Thank you, Councilwoman.
they were invited the last time. They did not show up, so I'll have that put back on there, on the agenda.
Talking about,
The chamber and the others that are involved in it.
yeah, please do.
MLGW was the only one that showed up, and we appreciate that. So we'll make sure the others.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Please do, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Walker's in the queue. Councilwoman Logan, are you okay if we hold the LED streetlight? Councilwoman Logan, are you okay if we hold the LED streetlight update to the next meeting? Sure. And we're gonna put you first.
How about if I come and meet with you specifically, Councilwoman, in
Or
between?
y'all can meet.
So, yeah.
All right, just because.
Yes, I'll look at that, and yeah, absolutely.
Thank you all. Just trying to keep it on schedule. So we got Councilwoman Walker in the queue, and then we'll adjourn.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have to say, I missed this last meeting. I have to say that 2 weeks ago tomorrow, we celebrated what would have been the 90th anniversary of Elvis's birthday. And the street was clear of construction. And, we have two iconic days. We have the birthday in January and the death anniversary in August. And for the first time in a few of these, the street was clear. And I know the fans who were there from as far away as the United Kingdom, I know that they appreciated that. And I just want to thank you for that. And then I had one final question for you, Mr. McGowan, and anyone from your team can chime in. But yesterday, one of the many executive orders that the president signed was pulling out of the Paris Agreement locally. From just a general environmental standpoint, how do you think that's going to impact the local municipalities and utilities?
Well, for us, we follow the community's climate action plan. So we're on pace to follow and be informed by the community's climate action plan. TVA also has a climate action plan, and they are suppliers. So The biggest impact that we could have potentially, and we looked at this morning, is there may be some funding that we expected to receive that could be on hold. The money that's already been dispatched to us we'll spend, but there were some grants through EPA that we had applied for that we were hopeful for, specifically with lead service line replacement. We said, hey, there's money there for us to be had. We'd love for that to be broken free. We think there might be a hold on that, but I don't see any other meaningful impact for the way that we do business here, except for potentially some lack of funding that we would be applying for in the future.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you both again. Mr. Chair, I yield the floor.
All right, thank you,
Mr.
Vice
Chairman,
Chair Walker.
One thing, briefly.
Please, quick.
Okay, very quickly. You all will see, and I have here, we just released a media release this morning. As you all know, very cold temperatures across the Tennessee Valley. I sent you all an update last night. We'll release to the public today. Potentially tomorrow morning could be the highest all-time peak, or at least match last year's all-time peak. We will take action, TVA will take action, do everything necessary to have the big commercial users roll back their energy use. But later this afternoon, I do expect to ask everyone here and everyone across the Tennessee Valley tomorrow morning between 5 in the morning and 10 in the morning to conserve as much energy as you can. If you can avoid running your dryer during that period of time, if you can unplug your space heater during that period of time, if you can avoid between 5 and 10 in the morning. Our peak demand happens then because everybody's getting up and getting ready for work. So to the extent that you can keep unnecessary lights off, your space heater unplugged, avoid using the toaster, the blow dryer, the flat iron, and all those things at the same time, or get ready early, sorry. But those things are very high consumers of electricity. If we could do that, we'll get through this together. But I just want people to be aware, if we can conserve tomorrow morning while we're up and getting ready, that will help us get through this very high peak. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this meeting's adjourned.
the Public Works Solid Waste General Service Committee to order. Ms. Key, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman White. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Logan. Chair Smiley.
All right, I'm here. I think, yeah, somewhat. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, am I here?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I appreciate that. Shout out to boosting my ego for today. We have one item on the agenda, a resolution requesting approval for the sale in the amount of $3,000 of a city-owned parcel located at 272 Jacoby Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, Shelby County. The further described as parcel 03510500008, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Vice Chair. Mr. Osborne. Not Mr. Osborne. You are not Mr. Osborne.
No, sir.
He kind of, adjacent to you.
Rodney Tate Jr., City of Memphis Real Estate,
Shout out to the juniors.
125 North Main. This is a surplus parcel that is being sold to a citizen for just the standard maintenance and upkeep of the lot. His grandfather used to own the property, and it's no longer a home on the property, but it's just a vacant lot that he looks to maintain.
I mean, I understand that. Any questions from this body? Doesn't appear there are any. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's
21st meeting of the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Dr. Warren.
Present.
Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. Thank you. All right, items 1, 2, and 5 on today's agenda are being held and will not be heard at this meeting. That's items 1, 2, and 5. Okay. The first item on our agenda, which is item number 3. Oh, Councilman Smiley?
Oh, no. There we go. All right, cool. Couple things. I would see. Oh, so do you all remember we had an item as it relates to French Fort, I think SUP 24-45. I think it was, what's the gentleman's name? Mr. Poncho, who leads this particular project. We asked him to have a community meeting. I've been speaking to the president of Neighborhood Association and Mr. Poncho. I know the item is, I think, coming back for us today. We would like to hold this particular item until next meeting. They're having a community meeting, I think, in the next couple of days. And they should be sending out an email inviting us to the community meeting. So that item, well, I would like to move for that item to be held from today to the next council meeting, whenever it may be. I think it's like February 4th. Thank you all for knowing. And come back to me for the next particular item. I'm gonna make sure the other council members are here before I will hop in the queue randomly.
Okay.
I need a second. Somebody can. All right.
We have a motion by Councilman Smiley and a second by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton for that item to be held until the 4th. Next council meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Come back. I will get back in the queue about the other item in a second.
Okay. All right, we'll come back. We had a discussion from Director Nick Walker, and he stepped out, so we'll come back to that item. We will now go to item number 2. Okay, it's a joint ordinance amending the 2021 ICC International Building Code and local amendments. All right. Can we get a motion and a second for this item? Second. Motion? Can I get a motion?
I thought she motioned.
She did a second. Okay.
Motion.
Okay, Councilwoman Green and second by Sutton. All right. Who from the administration is here to speak on that item?
Mm-hmm. We're on 2? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it is 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. John Zena, Planning and Development. Items 2, 3, and 4 on the committee agenda are all related, but I will just address item 2. We have a series of 8 technical building codes that we use to govern the construction of buildings within Memphis and Shelby County. These are related to 3 of those 8 technical building codes. We usually review and amend our technical building codes every 3 to 4 years, but these 3 are being brought because there were changes in state law in the last 2 years that affected the way that our adopted codes locally could operate. So we're essentially bringing these items as a cleanup so that we're in compliance with state law. So as it relates to item number 2, this is the building code, and this has to do with commercial structures within Memphis and Shelby County. And commercial is not just commercial uses, but any residential 3 units and above is also regulated out of the commercial building code, the International Building Code. In 2021, when the City Council and County Commission adopted the 2021 model code for the building code, 3 to 6 unit residential buildings were moved out of the commercial code and into the residential code in order to ensure, to achieve some cost efficiencies for the construction of those buildings. The state has come back and said that while that cannot be done, moving the 3 to 6 unit residential buildings into the residential code, there are some local amendments that we can make, and that's been affirmed by a law that was passed this past year at the state level. So what item number 2 does is simply move those buildings back into the commercial building code with those amendments as affirmed by state law.
Thank you. Item number 3, a joint ordinance adopting the 2018-1cc International Energy Conservation Code. If you will give us an update on that as well. Yes, move it.
Move it. Second.
All right, it's been moved by Green, second by Councilwoman Pearl Walker.
All right, John Zena, Planning and Development. Similarly, this item relates to conformance with state law. This was actually 2 years ago. The state of Tennessee legislature passed a law that local governments, in adopting the International Code Council's model energy conservation code, essentially could not adopt a code more stringent than the state's code. The state has adopted the 2018 version. When the legislature passed that law, the Memphis and Shelby County had already adopted the 2021 version. So we are being deemed out of compliance with state law and have been given a notice by the state fire marshal to correct that by adopting the state's version of the Energy Conservation Code, which is the 2018 edition.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan, you have a question?
So how were you able to adopt the 21 version if they're on the 18? And then why were we deemed for it if it's a more progressive code?
Those are great questions. So in the state of Tennessee, there are what's known as exempt jurisdictions from the state fire marshal's authority. For the most part, large cities, counties, suburbs throughout the state of Tennessee are exempt jurisdictions, which means we have the ability to adopt our own codes, issue our own permits, and conduct our own inspections. For those localities that are not exempt jurisdictions, they're under the jurisdiction of the state fire marshal. Now, even though we are an exempt jurisdiction, we still have to ensure that our codes that we adopt are no less stringent than what the state adopts. So for most of the codes, like for example, the building code, which we just talked about, the state is actually on the 2012 version, whereas we adopted the 2021 version in 2021. So we're a little on top of things here. So in all other respects, we cannot be any less stringent than the state, except for now this one respect, the Energy Conservation Code, which the state legislature has said we cannot be more stringent than what the state has adopted. And so that's why we're deemed out of compliance by essentially being more stringent than what the state has.
So it's just now that you all are knowing, or they're telling us that you can't be more in the area of energy conservation, can be more, or can be ahead of them. They didn't say that any time before now.
That's correct. This law was adopted in the 2023 session of the legislature, and then this past July 2024, we received a notice from the state fire marshal that we were out of compliance and needed to correct it. So the time between July 2024 and now was to allow our staff to review the 2018 version, since we actually jumped from the 2015 to the 2021. So we needed to review the 2018 version, and essentially to apply the local amendments that had been adopted by the council and commission when we adopted the 2021 version to the 2018, so that everything synced up and we weren't creating any undue impact on applicants going forward.
Okay, so there weren't any significant differences that would impact or impede upon any projects that had already been approved in
correct.
Communities?
That's correct. There won't be any impacts on projects that have been approved, and then projects that are in progress now would be able to maintain the code that they started in. And this would be, once it's effective, I believe we set the date as April 1st. We would be in compliance with the state law. And we've been in communication with the state fire marshals on the office on this, so they understand what our timeline is.
Okay, all right, thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a vote on 2 and 3, and then we'll go back to 4. All in favor in sending these items down to the full council with a possible recommendation, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? It is the opinion of the chair, so the ayes have it. So items 2 and 3 have passed. We will now discuss item number 4, which is a joint ordinance amending the 2021 ICC International Residential Code. Can I get a motion?
Move it. Second.
All right, it has been moved by Councilwoman Green. It's been seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren. If you will please give us an update on this item as well.
Yes, John Zena, Planning and Development. This is the easiest of the three. So in item 2, I mentioned that we had previously put some language in the residential code that now has to go back to the building code. So this essentially just strikes what's going back to the building code from the residential code to square those two up.
What was that last part you said?
To square the two up, the building code and the residential code.
Okay. All in favor of sending this item downstairs to a full recommendation? Did you have something to say? Okay, go ahead. Councilwoman Logan. Mic, please.
Thank you, Chair. The upgrades as it relates to the rentals and all of that, will that be affected? Any of that?
The short-term rentals, is that what you're referring to? Are you referring to short-term rentals?
All of that, yeah.
That would be a separate ordinance.
Okay.
So this just has to do with construction code.
Oh, okay. Wait, something about the buildings that we did. I'll get with you on that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All in favor of sending this item downstairs to full council with a positive recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
Thank you.
Item 5, which is the Lamar Avenue crossing, that has been held. Item number 6, which is the East Shelby Drive Tullahoma Road project, that has been held. Item 7, which was Front Forge, it's going to be held. The community meeting will be on January 22nd, so that will be held until the 4th as well. Okay, the next item, RC 2402, at and around 621 South White Station Road. It is a residential corridor deletion at parcel ID 056033-00174, 56033-0007-1C, and 5605634-00008. Can I get a motion and a second for this item? It has been moved by Spinoza and seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. This is a companion case to item 10. If you will please give us an update, give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Good afternoon. Nicholas Wardrop, Planning and Development, 125 North Main. Chairwoman, with your permission, we will just give one presentation for items 8 and 10 because they are companion cases. And of course, Mr. Whitehead is here on behalf of the applicant. This is a requested amendment to a plan development that was approved by this council in 2023 at the former Memphis Racquet Club site to do basically two things. One is to include a few additional properties, and 2, to change some of the permitted uses. So you can see on the screen here now, in yellow, you'll see the property that was included in the original approval back in 2023. They're now requesting to add these properties to the south here in red. A complicating factor on that and why there's two items on your agenda is that the eastern portion of these red properties is in a residential corridor. So they're also asking that residential corridor be deleted for those properties. And that would be item number 8. The bigger item is number 10. The second thing they're requesting instead of, in addition to adding additional properties, is changing the permitted uses somewhat. They'll be replacing some of the already approved multifamily with retail and commercial uses. And generally, they're asking for a decrease in the density. Finally, there are some site plan changes that have occurred between Land Use Control Board meeting and this meeting. They do require official council adoption. We're in support of them. Well, I'm a little frozen. Okay, there we go. Apologies about that. So here is their outline plan. And here is a concept plan. This is the ground floor. So you'll, and then here is a concept plan for the upper floors. As well as a fencing plan. And all these are the amended plans that we received recently. They are already in the resolution that you've received. Here's some photos of the site. I'll go quickly. These are those detached parcels to the south. And so in conclusion, staff and the Land Use Control Board are recommending approval with revisions to the outline plan conditions, the full language of which are already in the resolution with the forwarding packet. And I can take any questions.
Looks good. Anybody have any questions? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you have a quick question? Mic, please.
Yes, ma'am. Could you, okay, that area right there, you got that area? Which part you want to see? That, I think that's your additional part right there in the red, that was right there, the red part. Where is that?
That would be at the southwest corner of Wheelus and Southwest Station.
Okay. Is it a parking lot now?
It's a church in a parking lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any additional questions?
I was just curious about where it was. Thank you, Chairwoman. Hold on, Councilwoman Weiss.
Councilwoman White?
I yield the floor. Thank you.
Mic, please.
Forgive me, Madam Vice Chairman. Attorney Josh Wallace, what are you all doing with this?
Madam Chair, Josh Whitehead, 275 Jefferson. So, as Mr. Waldrop mentioned, the original approval was that larger parcel, the former Racket Club. What we are here requesting today is to add a property that faces Brookhaven Circle, which is the furthest at the bottom, as well as the parcel that is the White Station Baptist Church property at the corner of Wheelus and White Station. What that will do is it'll allow a breakup of what planners often call a super block, which will allow for at least some pedestrian activity to get from our site to Brookhaven Circle and vice versa, versus travel out to Poplar, up White Station Road, et cetera. There's two amendments that we're requesting, and number one would be to request that the council approve this site plan. This is actually a reduction of a couple parcels that we went to the Land Use Control Board requesting be included. The contract for those parcels fell through. So one of our requests is to approve this site plan, which I think is page 469 of your big P&Z packet. But number two, on item number 8, because we're requesting fewer parcels, those first couple of parcels that Madam Chair mentioned are no longer part of this request. So it's only that last parcel that ends with the number 8.
All right. Councilman, Dr. Warren?
So as I'm looking at the map that's up there, I assume that the pedestrian traffic is going to be on a street that's not completely drawn in. Is that correct?
That is correct, and the way our conditions to the PD are worded, Wheelis has a 50-foot right-of-way, so there's about 20 feet beyond the edge of asphalt. What the conditions read is basically we would add a asphalt or concrete sidewalk behind where the current asphalt ends, and it be protected from the vehicular traffic by bollards or trees or something similar.
Okay, so you're going to essentially create a pedestrian walk from one property to the other to make these two match, and there'll be parking on both parcels.
Yes, sir.
And there'll be activities on both parcels?
So the lower parcel, we're requesting, currently the request is to allow for condominiums.
To be housing.
Housing, and then the lowest parcel would be probably some sort of commercial activity to match the rest of Brookhaven Circle. The Racket Club would be, if approved, 2 hotels, senior living, and a retail component.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hey, I'll say something.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Spinoza and I'll come right back to you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'll just say this is in the middle of District 5. My office is actually on Brookhaven Circle. My cousin has a couple of restaurants, so like shout out to Andrew Michael Italian Kitchen and Hog and Hominy. But this is a very cool plan, and I support it, and I love all the questions, and I'm glad we're talking about it today. So, yeah, just want to say that for the record.
All right, well, while we're doing shout outs, my daughter's salon, True Studios, is in Brookhaven. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Okay, I wasn't here last year. I think this came up last year, and there was a big article, and I think Chase Carlisle, they talked about the Racket Club, because I used to play there, and there was some condominiums that were going to go there first. But I just heard you say senior living homes? Because, see, there are some apartments right there already. Am I correct?
David Lewis, I'm
Hey, David.
Carlisle Development,
Yeah.
Morning, Dr. MLK Junior Avenue. So the previously approved plan in 2023 had apartment building.
That's what I thought.
And then what we call an age-restricted apartment building, which would be your kind of 55 and up active community, and then 2 hotels. So the 2024 application moved one of the hotels down to the church side at White Station, and now we're moving it back to the main site. So the hotels are back on the main former Racket Club campus. The parcel there at Wheelis and White Station would be a condo building with its own parking, and then that western edge of the parcel would be that path to the Brookhaven Circle to connect everything. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. And so with the 2024 application, we did add those parcels in with our traffic studies and that connection to Brookhaven. So really, it functions really well as an outlet from Brookhaven to get to a protected left-right turn. So it actually kind of helped the traffic study to break through there.
Always need help in the traffic here in Memphis. Definitely. Okay, thank you. Chairwoman, I yield.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's no further discussion. All in favor of sending items 8 and 10 down with a favorable recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Councilman Smiley?
Thank you. So I made a motion. We never took a vote on it. I need to renew that motion. So particularly related to SUP 24-45, it's the French Fort item. The developer came in last council meeting, and we expressed the intent for him to meet with the community. He scheduled a meeting in the community. I think it's in the next few days. So what I would like, 27th, they requested this item to be held until the next council meeting. So I moved that SUP 2445 is held to the first meeting in February. We made the motion. Can I get a second?
Second, but I think
But
we
we-
held it already.
But we didn't vote.
All right. Those in favor of holding that item until February 4th, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
And-
opposed?
All right, and I have another motion to make. We've been discussing this particular item for, I don't know, I think this particular item since my my lengthy tenure on this body. Feels like 365 years at this point. I would like to move that we table SAC 23-04 and SAC 23-05.
Second.
Got a second from Councilman Warren. Madam Chair.
All right, those in favor of tabling those two items, please say aye.
Aye.
I would say I object.
Okay,
Is that the Chickasaw Gardens one?
absolutely.
Yeah.
We table both items.
You're objecting?
For
Point of discussion, Madam Chair.
Yes.
If we table these items, okay, what happens is it takes 7 votes to bring it back up for us to discuss it again. We don't have to keep holding it. We don't have to keep listening to it. We just table it, and it comes back only if and when we as a body decide we want to talk about it. So it's not going to automatically come back to us. We're going to have to vote to bring it back. So in my opinion, this is the cleanest way that we can dispose of this item without having to vote on it. And I just don't think we're going to see 7 votes to bring it back. So I would recommend that we table this item. So that would be my recommendation, and I would vote for it. And if we need, maybe we need a roll call vote.
I don't think you're gonna need a roll call vote, but
And
I mean,
I guess if we need a parliamentarian ruling, do we need to vote on this in committee only, or does it have to go downstairs?
so I will speak to that. So if this body decides to table this particular item, what would then happen is the chairman of this body, J. Ford Canale down here, would then make that announcement that the body decide to table this particular item in executive session.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ex-Chair.
At least you didn't give me the title that Chairman Canale gives me. It gives me more gray hair, and I like to stay young as long as possible.
All right.
I'm working on it, buddy. Down to you, baby. At
Okay,
this point,
it is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it, that those items will be tabled.
all right. Thank you.
All right. We will now move to item number 9.
Madam Chair, if I may, Brett Ragsdale with TBD. We just made a presentation for items 8 and 10 because they were companion. I believe that you voted on number 8.
We voted
only.
on 8 and 10 together,
Oh, you did? Okay.
and
thank
they
you.
passed.
Perfect. Thank
Okay. All right, item number 9 was this SUP 24-44, 1344 East Shelby Drive, which is a special use permit to allow vehicle sales. May I have a motion and a second?
Second.
It has been moved by Councilman Spinoza, second by Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Walker, you have been recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I, along with Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, we have not met with the applicant yet, and I would like to move that this be held for 2 more weeks to give us time to meet with the applicant.
So that will be the next meeting, February 4th?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor for holding this item until February 4th? Can I get an aye? Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. This item will be held until February 4th. The next item, item 11, SAC 2406, East, West, and North, South Paper Alley near Central Avenue and Cooper Street. It is an abandoned and East, West, and North, South public alley. Can I get a motion and a second? It has been moved by Councilman Warren, second by Councilwoman Walker. Who from the administration is here to speak on that item? Please give us your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Chloe Christian with DPD, address 125 North Main Street. I'll be presenting this case, SAC 2024-006. This is the street and alley closure of a paper alley located near the Cooper and Central Avenue intersection. The applicant is here today, Josh Whitehead, representing this case. As I stated, this is near the Cooper and Central Avenue subdivision in the Cooper Young area. The recorded subdivision is to your right here in the LZ Meacham's Cooper and Central subdivision recorded in 1905. You can see there's other alleys on this subdivision as well, and all of these alleys have since been closed with SACs from 68 and 1988, and so this is the final SAC responding to this recorded subdivision here. Here's a zoning map of the property. It's split zoned employment and commercial mixed use 1. It's surrounded by a variety of land uses, predominantly commercial office uses. Here are some site photos of the alley. The photo to your left is from Central Avenue looking south. The image on the right-hand side is the Cooper Street access point, currently used as a parking lot. Here's the closure, Here's the closure plat provided by the applicant. The property, if approved, would be deeded to the 3 property owners abutting the alley currently. As I stated, this is a request to abandon a paper alley located at the southwest corner of Central and Cooper. If approved, the alley would be deeded to the property owners abutting the right-of-way, and Cooper Holdings Properties, which would receive the majority of the property, would grant easement to the adjacent property owners. Some of you might recognize this site as it's located in part within a plan development that was approved last November, the Cooper Plan Development. I will note that the plan development proposes to create an additional alley to the west of the paper alley and will not utilize the alley itself for that PD. And in conclusion, this abandonment of the paper alley will not have any undue or substantial effect upon existing vehicular and traffic flow to the surrounding area. This SAC received a favorable recommendation from staff and the Land Use Control Board. And that concludes my presentation. I'm here for any questions.
Councilman Warren?
Yes, this is in that same sort of area where we've got a bigger development coming, like right next to it. Is that correct? But this isn't the same people that are owning both of the developments, or is it the same person doing it? Mr. Whitehead?
Madam Chair, Josh Whitehead, 275 Jefferson. There are 3 applicants. One is Carlisle Development that would, it's on the west and south side of the alley. Charlie Ryan owns the property at the corner, so he would get the dotted portion of the alley.
Correct.
And then Kevin Adams and Montgomery Martin own the building next door, and they would get the crosshatch section. So there's actually 3 applicants.
And they're all getting a little bit of the alley.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it all is working with the other plan use developments that we put in, and this is just a cleanup that we're doing to help all 3 applicants. Is that correct?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If there's no further discussion, all in favor for sending this item downstairs to the full council with a positive recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item 12 is PD 2417, which is located at 3763 Jackson Avenue. There's a request for a new plan development to allow a wholesale retail business. If I can get a motion and a second. All right, moved by Councilman Warren, second by Councilwoman Green. If you will give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
This is Alexis Longstreet with the DPD, 125 North Main Street. I'll be presenting on PD 2024-017, which is an application for a new plan development to allow a wholesale retail business. This property is located in the Jackson North neighborhood. About 60 notices were mailed out October 22nd, 2024. No opposition letters or support letters were received or calls or inquiry. The subject property, as you all can tell here, is located in the CMU3 zoning district. The plan development intends to include the property located south, which is a residential zone property, R6. It intends to include a portion of that property to be included for operation of the business. Here are some subject property photos of the existing business currently from the corners of Jackson Avenue, and then a subject property photo in which you can see the residential property here and the southern portion of the commercial property here. Here's a site plan. The applicant is proposing a 6,000 square foot structure to be utilized strictly for storage and accessible only for employees. This is not anywhere where customers will be going for the retail business. And here are some of the elevations of the proposed structure. This was deemed inconsistent by Memphis 3.0, strictly as mentioned earlier because of the proposed addition from the residential 6 zone property, in which the applicant actually owns this property as well and currently rents it out. So some of those conclusions, as mentioned earlier, is that this is a pre-existing commercial business that has operated within the area since 1972 and operated at this specific property since 2015. This staff did recommend rejection. LUCB recommended approval 5-4, and that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. This is 7, right? Okay. This is item number 12?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's 7. I was versed on the property. I don't see the person that I
That's
talked to.
Super District 9, right? District 4? We're talking about.
Item number, this is, yeah.
Yes, on
Jackson. Maybe you're saying it
Yeah,
wrong.
Jackson,
Yep, so that's 7.
Is that correct?
It should be 9. I think it's 9.
I think it's 9, and it's 9 and 7.
Because it's close to Nutbush, yeah.
Okay.
District 7, Super District
And
9.
the individual I talked to, and I can't remember his name. Who did I talk to? I talked to you? My memory is so bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm like, who did I talk to? Forgive me.
It's just me.
Forgive me. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on with Dr. Warren. And I know we talked about the house that's on the front. Any further decision or instruction for y'all's house that y'all have right there at the property?
Mike Davis, with Reeves Firm, 6800 Poplar Avenue. We're on. Mike Davis, the Reeves Firm, 6800 Poplar Avenue. This is Terry Rowland. He owns the business.
Take it back a peek.
Okay. Our purpose in leaving the house was so that the residential street would remain a residential street. So it's gonna, the character of that house is similar to all the other houses up and down that street. So he's not gonna use that as part of the business and never will. He's gonna keep it and rent it out. And currently he rents it to a fellow who watches over his property 24 hours a day. So it's kind of a win-win. So we didn't really want to change the form of that house because it's in tune with the residents, other residents.
Right. And I remember you saying that, but the gate, like that's shown like in this picture, that will be updated, correct, with this expansion of it? Or that's not included in that expansion?
Well, the building that's being considered would kind of be behind that yellow house, not to the north.
So
of the
now
business.
it's all coming back to me. I'm sorry, Chair. So since the building is going to be behind that house and also behind or catty corner to that, that's already there. I remember me asking about, is there any gate that encompasses that house so that it's separate from the building you're putting behind it, since you own both, to add to the any updated aesthetic that we can get for that's right there.
Right. So we're going to do a site-proof fence. So it'll sort of be the backyard fence for that house, which will separate the house from the new building. And then there'll be a pedestrian gate between the two structures to allow access so that he can continue to maintain the property, if that's the question.
Yeah, is that included on here?
Well, we'll put it on there. I mean, he needs it for his access anyway.
Is that something that has to be done now during this, Mr. Roller?
Yeah, it'll be also included in their final recording. And it's mentioned on the site plan here where it says the proposed wooden fence, that's the
Mm-hmm.
that it encompass the proposed addition.
So not that fence, the existing building, 1,000 square foot, that's the yellow house, correct?
Right, that's
Right.
correct.
Is there any fencing that's going to happen additional for the house? Not the wood fence behind it, but a fence to the left of it or to the right? That's what I remember asking you about.
Now, there's an existing fence.
So it can look better. That's what I'm getting at. Since you own the house, how can we get that to look better since you are doing the one behind it?
If you did that, I think she's saying you do that fence towards your building.
Yeah.
And make it a nice wooden fence too.
I got you.
Then what happens is anybody who's looking at that house doesn't see your building this way or the building behind. It looks like a neighborhood.
Or wonder why it's a nice fence behind the house and not on the house?
Oh, we're agreeable with that.
Okay.
I just
So
think-
how do you have to add that in there, Mr. Roller, or?
We can work with the applicant and then get back with you to make sure that the conditions and site plan are updated based on what your.
Okay, that's my only thing. I think that, y'all briefed me on it. I think that is fine, but I think that there's an opportunity to get some added aesthetic on the street view
Right.
since you own both.
I got you.
If you didn't own both, it would probably be a, who owns it,
Yeah.
see
Well,
about the same thing, but yeah, that's my only.
I apologize. I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about on the east side of
No,
that.
that's why we communicate, talk
All
things out. So that's all. So if that can come in there, and this wouldn't be for 2 weeks, wouldn't it? Okay. Are you okay with doing same night minutes in 2 weeks?
Sure,
And holding it
absolutely.
today, and then doing same night minutes 2 weeks? Chair, is that okay with you? Is that okay with you?
We can. I was going to say that one of the things that Chair Canali implemented last year that we can, work through as we're doing cases is we do have this 2-week time period that we can work with the applicants and get back with you guys on any amendments. So you could send it down, and then we could work on that in the next 2 weeks, or you could have a committee.
Okay. I would just hate to hold y'all at full council, but I don't think y'all want to do that. I think y'all would do it.
It's not on full council.
So we'll just make an amendment, and in 2 weeks, when it comes up, you'll have that available.
Yes.
All right? Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Roller.
All
Thank
right.
y'all.
All right. Those who are in favor with a favorable recommendation, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. That was our last item, I believe. Okay.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to the January 21st, 2025 meeting of the executive session. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Warren. And Chair Canale.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, I don't want to start with this. We've got some more sad news to deliver. I think everybody's already aware. I'm going to give her a chance in case she wants to change her mind before I announce this. I want to recognize Brittany Wright, who has been an integral part of our team since October 11 of 21. Colleagues, certainly hurts to lose a valued team member, but we never want to hold anyone back from their dreams or from other opportunities. I'm confident that her passion and talent will continue to make a difference wherever she goes next. Today also happens to be Brittany's birthday. Happy birthday, Brittany. So, colleagues, let's make sure to take time out of our day to celebrate her, not only for her birthday, but for her work here, and congratulate her and wish her much success and best wishes in her new opportunities and adventures that lie ahead. Colleagues, please join me in congratulating Brittany on this new chapter of life and wishing her a very happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brittany. Happy birthday to you. And many more.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday.
It's the Supreme.
Brittany, I want to take a chance to say to you, although I never had the privilege of working directly with you, your infectious smile and bright and bubbly personality was always an asset to this council office, and I always enjoyed seeing you each and every day that I was down here, and we certainly appreciate you and want you to know how much you were appreciated and how much you will be missed, but we wish you the very best. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda today. Item number 1, discussion of fiscal consent agenda for January 21, 2025. All council districts requested by myself. Anyone from the administration want to speak on these items?
Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. There's nothing additional that I'd like to add as far as comment with regard to the items. Is there any questions specifically of us?
Any question, colleagues, on fiscal consent? Very good. Thank you, Chief. Moving on to item 2, an ordinance to amend the Memphis City Council meeting dates for 2025. All council districts requested by Councilman Carlisle. There is a request to add to the consent agenda for first reading. Anybody wishing to speak to this matter? If not, I'll announce the changes. Councilman Carlisle's not here. So the changes, colleagues, I know you've all got this in your folder, but it moves March 11 to March 18 and March 18 to March 25th, April 1st to April 8th, April 15th to April 22nd, September 2nd to September 9th, and September 16th to September 23rd. Any questions, comments?
Question, is there
Dr. Warren?
a particular reason that we want to double up on, guess we have to do that March 25th meeting. If we're going to have double meetings, isn't that around the time that we have budget? And would it be better to have a 25th and April 1st and then an April 15th meeting to get more budget stuff in early as opposed to delay the budget for that month? Is there a reason other than, because we got 2 meetings back to back, like the 25th and the 8th, or I guess the 18th and the 25th.
Yeah,
I guess they've got to be that way.
I don't think we want 3 back to back.
I guess you're right. Never mind.
All right, thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Logan. No. What do we have in 20? Okay. All right, colleagues, anything else? All those in favor of adding this to consent agenda for first reading tonight signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. It will be added to the consent agenda for first reading. Item 3 is a discussion regarding the creation of the Division of Neighborhood Improvement and amendment of the FY 2025 budget. All council districts requested by the administration. Chief Adams and Chief Person, I'll let you all go however you want to speak on this item. Don't need a motion in a second because this is a discussion item.
Yes. Again, Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. As you all resolved last year when you all were sworn in and you took office, in the mayor as well, we need to address blight, and we need to do it in a different manner. So after some studying and then working with internally, and of course listening to our constituents, one of the things that kind of bubbled up is that we would try to, and we've talked about this before, but we would try to create the Division of Neighborhood Improvement. Neighborhood improvement currently is a part of the Public Works Division. And so by separating it out, you'll have a singularly focused division that will have code enforcement. We plan on having the Public Service Corps, and of course, I think some other enforcement agencies along with neighborhood, City Beautiful. I want to say Neighborhood Beautiful, but City Beautiful. Those efforts would be in one particular division. Of course, there will be some support of the Solid Waste Division as well that will actually contribute funding and positions with regard to their enforcement officers, so that you have one enforcement division and then one blight remediation division as well, along with demolition. The reason we bring this to you is because we will have to amend the budget. And I kind of turn it over to Chief Person to kind of talk about the budget.
Good afternoon, Walter Person, 125 North Main, CFO. Looking at the effort, as Chief Adams has pointed out, we're tentatively looking at about $1 million. Is the exact amount is $1,036,027 in structural change impact, although that will not be impacting FY25. That will be part of the FY26 budget. These changes for FY25 will be absorbed as a result of transition from the various divisions that will be feeding this program into the new division. So that's a good thing. There's an additional amount of $964,299, so roughly $300, that will be coming from solid waste, and that will be funded for solid waste for the personnel that Chief Adams spoke to relative to that transition. So altogether, in terms of structural changes that you will see during the budget cycle, is roughly $2 million of structural change issues, but it will not be a dollar impact that will be hitting this year's budget as a result of these changes.
Everything else to add, Chief Adams?
We're excited about moving forward. This is one that, we've talked about, and So what we wanted to do is just make sure that we measure carefully before we cut. We are excited. I think that the members of the division, the new division, are excited. I mean, we've talked to them as well. We do have leadership on deck to name as soon as this is approved through its 3 readings. So we just want to move forward. So that's about it.
Thank you, Chief. We have 2 members in the queue, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Logan, and Councilwoman Walker. Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when does our debt cliff hit?
It's projected to start
26?
27.
27.
Yes, sir. So it'll be July of calendar year 2026. But
Calendar year 26 and July 27. So
well,
we're looking
fiscal year 27, but
calendar year 26. So,
yes, sir.
So next year and a half maybe,
Yes,
we'll
sir.
have the debt cliff available, and that's going to be what?
We're
60
looking
million?
now, at about, well, it's down to 46 because Accelerate Memphis absorbed some, and then some other changes that have happened over the years have absorbed other amounts of money
So we're looking at 46
from the
million.
original projection.
Okay. And what you're telling us is that we've moved things around interdepartmentally. And even after doing that, it's going to cost us an extra $1 million this year and
Well-
$2 million next year before we hit the debt cliff?
No, sir. What I tried to paint the picture of is structural changes are what you all approve, and this is a pretty significant structural change. So I was giving you the dollar impacts from both primarily the personnel side and the M&S side, or the material and supply side, for the cost changes. These will be absorbed because what essentially is happening is we're shifting positions from Public Works, from several other divisions, but primarily Public Works, into a whole other division so it can be purely focused on neighborhood improvement. The bulk of it's come from Public Works, a little bit from Solid Waste, a little bit from Executive, but we're talking about small
So we're shifting
areas.
money from
Right,
different
but
departments
but the money
into
is
this new
shifting with it.
department, same amount of money.
Yes,
But
sir.
did I hear you say it's going to cost $1 million more at the end of the day with
That's
everything
that's
else?
the dollar impact. I was basically presupposing what might be asked, which is, what's the impact of this?
Okay.
And so we walked through, looked at the
Could the
actual
impact
personnel
be
changes.
less? Could we be saving money in this way? Or are we always going to spend money?
I'd like to say we're saving money. I don't know that I can hazard to say that we will save money. What we can see, though, is
Because I
additional
guess the
impact.
question is, I don't understand why it's not budget neutral.
It is
As-
budget neutral. That's what
But
I'm
you
saying.
said there's $1 million we're going to have to come up with extra.
It's $1 million shift. With the structure change, it's shifting. So if I move money from my right pocket to my left pocket,
But this,
I'm just, that's
so
the
you're
amount of
saying
money
this
that shift.
department only has $1 million budget?
No, the department will have a $16 million budget.
Okay.
But it's $1 million shift from Public Works and from the other areas into this new area.
So I know you're moving line items, but
So, Councilman, if I can try to provide.
You understand
clarity.
my question?
I do, and I understand. You have personnel dollars that are already baked, and in order to replace that, those personnel dollars on the Public Works side will be compensated out of the enterprise fund, which they are enterprise operated fund. These dollars that are going over to the general fund are already budgeted. As we move forward, we will have to then budget for the entire neighborhood improvement division, which is what Chief Person was mentioning. That's where the increase this year, there's not an increase impact on the general fund budget because you're moving general fund dollars to create this division. As we move forward, we will budget more. Now, will you see a savings? I don't believe so because it's a service provided. And at this level that we have to increase service delivery, you may actually see an increase in budget because we do understand that right now, blight, it's a larger animal to tackle. And so until we get that in the position of blight management and not remediation, we will have to marshal forces to move forward.
So what I think I hear you saying is, it's budget neutral this year. We're going to start the work. We have a feeling we're going to have more work to do than we are expecting. So next year we're going to come and we may increase our ask for this because we now see what we have to do.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense?
That's exactly it.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I think this is gonna be a game changer, and I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I'm really appreciative that you all are moving forward with it, because there are a lot of overlaps right now, and I think that's gonna help to streamline, creating this division will help to streamline even those overlaps and give us a targeted, strategy in attacking this blight. Also, I think it'll help us get to the management as quicker than we've been doing that. So I look forward to it, and I don't think that it's wasted. I really am glad we're here. One other question is, we had looked at, we have officers that assist with code situations. So have we included in this budget, and I don't know if we can necessarily, that might have some other implications in terms of the union and whatever, but having enforcement to go along with them is important as well. So we may want to look at that, because there are a lot of issues that come up in dealing with blight and code that are dangerous and need that support. So I don't know if a unit is in the works, hopefully. I've mentioned that a couple times, but I do hope we give attention to that and really look at that so they can go in and do what they need to do without having to go back and forth with paperwork that leads to environmental court that, gets stuck. So let me know your thoughts on that.
Yes, ma'am. We'll continue to consider and create that relationship with MPD to assist us as well, and so that the enforcement strategy will be one of from code enforcement, and then of course with the assistance of MPD. We understand that our code enforcement officers, they do enter dangerous situations and dangerous territory to deal with. So with that, we'll continue to build that relationship. There is one that's existing, you're right, and we'll continue to build that. And then of course, whatever budget impact or operational changes, we'll make sure that we let you all know as we review and kind of build out.
You're back, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming today. I am excited about this. I'm looking forward to the possibilities as well as the potential, just everything that's going to come out of this division. And Chief Adams, you said something about the team or the staff was already baked in. Will there be any additional? So there will be some new positions forthcoming that you all will be hiring for?
Possibly. There will be some additional support staff positions that will be there. And then, of course, there may be, depending on the enforcement strategy of the new director, there may be some additional positions that will be purpose and move forward. I want to kind of be careful about talking about the personnel with respect to the rank and file, because they are union members, and so we are going to be moving into negotiations. So I want to give our future leader an opportunity to work with them and, of course, build this out. But I think right now we have good synergy internally, so we can move forward.
Okay, and my second and final question, just to pick your brain, what do you see as a possible intersectionality between the Neighborhood Improvement Committee and the Neighborhood Improvement Division?
So I'll ask Ms. Neal to consider that, and if we can kind of talk about that more in depth.
Sure.
I don't want to quiet the public conversation, but I think that's one that's going to require some level of thought, and then we can come back and explain it to you.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you. And I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, guys. Good afternoon. I think that's all right. I think my comments are going to be very high level because there's not a lot of information. And when you hear these ideas, they sound incredible and you get excited, and you should be, right? Neighborhood Improvement Division, right? An entire division focused on neighborhood improvement. What a good thing for local government to do. What I'll say, and then we'll move on because there's not a lot to discuss. What makes me nervous about these initiatives, even though it's a new administration, is and even going through last budget season, we have unfunded liabilities, right? Hey, the council wants you to do this, and we don't have a way to pay for it. But then we have all these funded liabilities, I'll call them, where we funded money to ethereal programs that are to be defined at a later date. And then 85 things will happen throughout the year, and nobody up here really knows what, when, how, or where those things actually kind of ended up, or where the money actually got spent. And that's not a nefarious thing. That is just the size of a huge conglomerate, right? Just too much, too little, and you got to have a lot of, delegation down the line to make sure things are being executed. But ultimately, everybody in this room from here up is responsible for the city's money, right? The taxpayer money. So what I was spitballing this morning with staff, and they were speaking to Chairman Canale, is I think if we're going to talk about forming a division, obviously it's not $1 million. Don't think about it as budget neutral for this year. You got to start thinking 3-5 years out. Like, what does this really look like? You could be talking $20 million of overhead. I don't know because we don't have a program yet defined down to where we understand, like, if I came before this body and said, I have a company and I need $1 million, it's a nonprofit, you would say, great, what does that do? It helps kids. Great, tell me more. Can't quite do that yet, but I still need that $1 million. But it's going to be great because we're going to help kids. You would be apprehensive to fund that. We need to be somewhat apprehensive and skeptical, but that doesn't mean against. And the reason for that is we need to do our job by challenging the administration to ensure that they've thought through everything in a collaborative partnership so that we execute this well together. So we do have budget season coming up. We've met with the administration to try and start to set kind of the parameters and those things in. And so what I would like to suggest is outside of these committee meetings, because it's such a long day and there's so much going on, I never feel like when we have some of these more meatier topics, we get the amount of time. I think we need to consider having more of a working session, maybe down in the Martin Luther King room, so that people can kind of space out and it's more of a collaborative environment. And we can have just more of a Q&A, more casual talk about, well, tell me how it's going to work. Well, we're going to have by the way, for those who don't know, when you create a division, you're required to have a director and a deputy director, and they're appointed, or it can be, don't have to be, it should be. But there's a lot more that goes into it than just like standing up like the public service corps. This is a woefully different, this is a big deal. So I think if the council is going to commit the capital on behalf of the taxpayers to the administration, we need to have a much more robust, meaningful conversation and understanding what the direction is and where this thing is supposed to end up. Like, I understand what the near-term plan is for $1 million. I don't understand what I'm committing $1 million to go really do 2 years, 3 years, and 5 years. I get the big vision, which is blight remediation, neighborhood improvement, safety, investment infrastructure, and facilitate it. That's great. That's the vision. Tell me how you're going to get there, right? Like, how are we going to stand this division up? What's it going to cost? All that work really needs to be done, or at least we need to have the open dialogue about it. And I think that'd be done in a much, much more informal sit down when people have the chance to make that the sole focus of the day. Because if memory serves me, I think there was an efficiency study done in the early 2000s that killed this division. We had a neighborhood improvement division at one point, and it was found duplicative. So that's one of the things that we'll get into. How is this not duplicative? How is it more nimble? How does this not create a more cumbersome bureaucracy? And those are things that can be answered with, well, this is how, this is why. And by the way, here's the flow chart. Here's the structure. Here are the things that they do that they don't do. And it's not just, it's primarily for us, but it's also for the public, because eventually this will not be $1 million division. And here's the deal. I don't care if it's a $15 million division or if it's a $40 million division. If it provides the value proposition for the city and for the citizens, great. We've done our job. But I think when we're talking about standing this stuff up, the administration's been working on it. They've been doing it. And now they've got to catch us up. And I've just never really liked the 3 readings and 3 committees for 30 minutes. And now we've got to vote on it. And then we feel the pressure and the intensity of it. But I also think we have to have an obligation under ourselves to meet the administration in the middle and not drag these meetings and get on the counter and have a couple days of maybe 2-3 hours of just sitting down and hearings or whatever they are outside of Tuesdays, and just get through it so that we can get back and have a meaningful discussion in the more official role of the dais and the. So those are my very high level comments. I think that this could be a great program. It could be a total failure. I don't know, because I don't know anything about it, but I understand the vision, and I think with the right execution, it could be done well. I just don't know enough. And so I want us to be able to have a meaty discussion about that. And nobody has to attend. I mean, it may just be a party of one, but that's that's what I'm thinking. So anyway, I'll yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Logan, followed by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the comments from my colleague as well, Councilman Carlisle. And I would love to be a part of that, having been a part of it over the last few years that I've been on the council and prior to working with the CDC and in the community, and on the blight task force. A lot of this we talked about the duplications that are already here and what a division would look like per se that would be efficient and effective, more so effective than anything. Because right now I don't see that crafted. I see so many different departments and divisions trying to work toward the same goal, but it's all over the place. So pulling it in under, very capable and competent people, I think is a great idea. And like previously, Carla said that it was there before, taking that and making it better or defining it, and clarifying it, I think is what's being done now. And so I would love to be a part of that conversation as well, just to continue the discussions that we've all been having on how we could have a more efficient, more effective division that could really be effective in our communities, because we all have spoken about the issues, and now we're able to look toward the solution. So I'm looking forward to it, because we don't always know all of the things right up front, but committing to it and taking the old model and refining it, I think is a great way forward. So thank you.
Chair.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilwoman. Chief Adams.
Yeah. So your comments are well taken, and we welcome the continued review, and that's one of the reasons why we pull the ordinance off and just open it up for discussion, because we do understand that a mid-year request to open the budget to create a division is important. We get that. And so one of the things that we want to do is start the discussion where we do have the documentation and we plan to roll this out. One of our, the intentionality is, one, to start first reading so that we all understand. And then, of course, in the subsequent reading, it gives us that opportunity to understand, what it's really going to cost from a personnel and M&S line as the total operation. But essentially, if I could try to help and dispel some of the concerns, it is no different than you have one wing of a corporation that you actually pull off, allow to become an independent, and you then take all duplicated functions that are there and add them. Now, I will say this. One of the things that we will have to take in consideration, there will be some support from the other divisions, but you will have your functions under one house from an enforcement standpoint. So many of the recommendations that we have they come from the Blight Task Force, But then one of the things that we also is we took from lessons learned of the past. So we don't duplicate the past where we did have a division in the past that was dedicated to this.
Does that conclude you? Okay.
I yield back, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. And and I'm trying to be very tactful about what I'm about to say and very mindful of what I'm about to say. Blight is an issue in our city. And when someone and any of this council member come in here and they want to we need $2 million here, we need $2 million there, they go find the money and there's no problem. I don't know what the Sheraton gonna look like. I don't know what the command center is going to look like, but it all has to do with downtown. And there's never any pushback. We're trying to do something better. Yeah, it failed maybe years ago, and I understand that. But this city, and I believe under the new direction that it's under, I totally agree, more conversation. But when you talk about tax dollars, money, let's think about all the other stuff that you come in here out of nowhere, and then you just bring it up where it's a problem, and then we don't talk about it, and then you're gone when it's your issue. So what we're trying to do is very important, and it is the taxpayers' dollars. When you're not in our communities and in our community meetings, and they beating us up on Channel 24, what was that channel? Channel 24, pointing their finger just pointing their finger. Now what you gonna do? You understand? You ain't there. You don't come to our inner city poverty. You're not there with us. So when you come 3-0-something to a meeting and you try to, and I understand what you're saying and I concur, but don't you talk about no money, because you find money for everything else you want, and we're going to find money for this because it's our communities. I can show you my phone now. It's ridiculous, the blight. My personal phone get blowed up every day, all day, because they want a clean city. And if we can come up with an innovative plan and just try it, or we can find the money. We find the money, $500,000. I need $500,000. We need $2 million. We're gonna do the same thing for this entire city. Equality for the entire city. And we're gonna work together and we're gonna make it happen. And we're gonna do like Boss Crump did when he was the mayor. He had a beautiful, pretty city. And we're gonna get it back like it was. I'm going to be like Boss Crump, God rest his soul. And that's what he focused on. Now, all his other characters I ain't got nothing to do with, but I know he wanted a pretty, beautiful Memphis in this city. And that's what we're going to do. And we're going to find the money to make it happen. So be fair. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anybody else in the queue? All right. Councilwoman Walker.
I judge that the Neighborhood Improvement Division will help make Super District 8 great again. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Anybody else? Okay. That brings us to our add-on items. We have one add-on item to the consent agenda. Item 27 will be an ordinance to amend City Council meeting dates for 2025. All council districts requested by Councilman Carlisle. Request to add to consent agenda for first reading. Same night minute items are 13, 14, and 18. As it stands now, no items will be held. Also, for public record, SAC 23-04 and SAC 23-05 have been tabled. Anybody have anything else before the executive committee? Going once, going twice. Thank you, colleagues. I want to give a shout out to Telly White, one of the most responsive men in city government. I just want you to know how much you're appreciated, sir. All right, colleagues, we will start promptly at 4 o'clock. I will see you downstairs. We